Good morning and welcome to the April 5th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in the Santa Barbara hearing room. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
Supervisor Hart,
Here.
Supervisor Nelson,
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Here.
and Chair Hartman.
Here. Please stand and join me for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the next item of business is the minutes, March 15th, 2022. Are there any corrections to the minutes?
I move acceptance.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Pass unanimously. CEO report.
Good morning, board members. A few short announcements, and some are just congratulatory to our departments and to let the board know a little bit what's happening in the last few weeks. So Planning and Development won the Award of Excellence for their work on the county's Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment from the Central Coast section of the American Planning Association, and that evaluated the impacts of climate change hazards and the ability of assets and populations to adapt to these hazards. So congratulations to Planning and Development for winning the Award of Excellence. The Probation Department hosted a staff recognition event last week. In addition to award recipients, Probation also recognized the Adult Division with the Bulldog Award, the Facilities Supervisor and Manager with the START Award, and Probation Manager Liz Crean received the Chiefs Award for dedicated service in their professional standards unit. So congratulations to all those staff in the Probation Department, well deserved. A couple of other things, our Ag Department participated in a cannabis facility tour with the Farm Bureau, hosting a delegation of representatives from the state of Louisiana Farm Bureau. And so Matt Maiden, the department's deputy sealer, served on the panel and hosted the group and had discussions with them as the state of Louisiana recently voted to legalize recreational cannabis. And lastly, from the fire department, the installation of the high landing gear modification and belly tank on the Firehawk Copter 964 is complete. The aircraft has undergone several training missions to certify personnel on the high-risk evolutions performed on the Firehawk helicopter, and it's ready to respond to missions in early May. That's all I have. Thank you.
And the last just in time for fire season. That's good news. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to today's agenda?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. I wanted to inform the public that we did post an addendum to our agenda on Friday, April 1st, 2022, revising the recommended actions for administrative item number 9. Administrative item number 9 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the establishment of a compliance and accountability function in the County Executive Office. And the revisions to the recommended actions is to remove recommendation B. So recommendation B should be struck from the agenda, and it should just have recommendation A, approve the establishment of a compliance and accountability function within the County Executive Office, and B, CEQA. And that can be added to the balance of the agenda, the approval of that action. And my second announcement this morning is that we received a memorandum from Planning and Development Department regarding administrative item number 34 yesterday on Monday, April 4th, 2022. Administrative item number 34 is from Planning and Development. It is to set a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Vandebos appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the Adamson Single Family Dwelling Project, case number 22 APL 5, and this is in the 3rd District. The agenda that was published last week was to set a hearing for May 3rd, 2022, with a time estimate of 1 hour and 30 minutes. The memorandum is requesting that this hearing be set for May 17th, 2022, and not May 3rd, 2022, as stated on the published agenda. And the memo also notes that both the applicant and the appellant are available on May 17th, 2022. So that can also be added to the balance of the agenda. Additionally, I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast Cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. That information is currently being provided through the TV scroll. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation, and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of our agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person, both in the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. For each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for this morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So turning now to our administrative agenda, would any board members like to pull any items from the agenda?
Item A12.
And any others? I would like to pull A32. And would any members of the public like to pull any item, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have requests to pull administrative item number 7, as well as administrative item number 49.
Okay. With that, then I'll close the queue for participating in pulling administrative items. And would you read A7 into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the circumstances of the existing state of emergency. And we have one request to speak on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Maria Kessner. Maria?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I would like to speak on this item again. I don't think there is a state of emergency. The word emergency means something that is immediate and urgent. And I believe the state of emergency is continued unless the next 10 bills are being passed in the California State Senate. SB 871 adds COVID-19 injection to a list of immunizations for public-private school, regardless of FDA approval, no personal belief exemptions, very rare medical exemptions. Bill AB 2098 classifies anti-COVID medical opinion as unprofessional conduct and subjects to discipline by medical boards. SB 866 lowers the age of consent for vaccination to 12 without parental consent or knowledge. SB 920 authorizes medical boards to inspect a doctor's office and medical records without patient's consent. SB 1464 requires law enforcement to enforce public health guidelines or lose their funding. SB 1479 requires schools to create long-term COVID testing plans and report test results to California Department of Public Health. SB 1390 prohibits any person, entity from making statements the government deems untrue or misleading by any means, including on the internet or advertisements. SB 1184 authorizes school health personnel to disclose the child's medical information without the parent's consent to a third party. AB 1797 creates an immunization tracking system giving all government agencies access to vaccination records of all persons. And AB 1993 requires proof of COVID-19 vaccination for all employees and independent contractors to work in California. And so as we see, all these bills are being introduced by Democrats, and the state of emergency is not going to go away unless they are successful in passing these bills. So I just urge the public to pay attention to what is going on. There is a direct frontal attack on our liberties, on our constitutional rights. I mean, the government cannot dictate that what science we are discussing. If you're now a doctor and you are against any bureaucratic COVID policies, then you are now subjected to discipline and you're having your license taken away. So I would like for the public to pay attention to what is going on. There is no emergency. Governor Newsom leaves the state regularly. Once he leaves the state, he doesn't have any authority. It goes to the lieutenant governor. And so I think if we indeed have a state of emergency, he shouldn't be leaving the state at all.
Thank you,
for
Ms.
your-
Kestner. Turning to item A12, would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 12 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Santa Barbara and Santa Maria administration buildings, security improvements, project number 21051, and this is in the 1st and 4th districts. And I would like to note for the record that there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. First of all, I wanted to, with this item, just thank staff. I think they've done an excellent job on it, figuring out the security improvements with the task assigned to try to make our building and the administrative building in Santa Maria more secure. That said, I personally am philosophically opposed to that level of security in our administrative buildings, and I think personally, I don't think the risk justifies it. I think it has a chilling impact on the relationship between the public and this body. I know that in some places in the world and in our country, there is quite a bit of contention and things are very heated. But I think it's really important that we have a certain relationship with the public. I believe that people who want to do us harm, and I do believe in evil, are going to do that with or without metal detectors. This is a funding that we're using for this that has been allocated on an annual basis for security improvements, and I feel like that if we're going to spend these funds, we should probably split it somewhere else in the county, that the board shouldn't be one of the first places that we do that. So I'm going to be voting against this.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad you brought this up, Supervisor Nelson, because this was one I kind of struggled with, just philosophically, whether or not we should be putting up barricades. You know, where I came down on it with eventually was that if this was just my office or your office, you know, I would have probably, I don't think I would have approved the funding, but I can't imagine how I would feel if somebody came in and did something, and we've seen this happen in San Bernardino and other counties. You know, we've got a lot of people working in these buildings. And so personally, you know, I came down on the side that I'd rather err on the side of caution. And, you know, it is inconvenient when we go to the airport or we go to a courthouse. And I understand that. I get your point and I understand it. And I'm glad you raised it. But at the same time, I just think, unfortunately, we live in a world that, you know, we've got to weigh these things out. And for me, it came down that we have to protect everybody. So,
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think we need to realize something that has been a painful realization for me, which is just that we live in a different age. You know, I you know, been an elected official for almost 20 years now, and I would have never supported something like this 10 years ago. You know, I used to, you know, mail out to 80,000 people my cell phone and give out my home address freely. And I still do that with my cell phone and haven't changed it for 25 years. But I don't do that with my address anymore. And I think that there have been enough cases of people's mental health issues or people's rage against government finding innocent victims that work for counties. And this building is remarkably vulnerable with 3 entrances. I asked staff why we couldn't do the Anapamu entrance, but there's not enough space for the equipment. I think there's real reasons to do this. The safety of our employees, and our own safety being 2 of the biggest reasons. It's sad that we live in an age where this has fundamentally changed, and I lament that too. But we are in a much more divided world, and I think it's wise for us to recognize that on behalf of our employees rather than just wish we were in the old world.
And again, I'm glad you brought this up too, because I think it's a really important discussion. I had a friend who wrote a book about the ambassador and embassies throughout the world, and she covered the period where they were very open and then they became like fortresses. And it's quite a paradox because they stand for democracy and openness and yet had to be barricaded and walled off. We've seen this happen in Washington, D.C. We've seen this happen in Sacramento. And it is a paradox. And it's a very uncomfortable one, but I don't want to be on the side of having regrets because we didn't act prudently. And with the availability now of guns and also, as Supervisor Williams mentioned, mental health issues, I just can't see that we have any other choice. So with that, I would like a motion.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
And a second?
Second.
And Madam Clerk, may we get a roll call vote?
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
And Madam Clerk, would you read A32 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 32 is brought to you by Supervisor Hartman. It is to consider recommendations regarding opposition to the state's Alternative Healthcare Service Plan, AHCSP proposal, the Kaiser Permanente Kaiser no bid contract.
Thank you. I serve on the CENCAL board along with Dr. Del Reynoso and Department of Social Services Director Danielle Nielsen. And it was brought to our attention by our new CENCAL CEO that Kaiser is got the governor's ear and is seeking to have a no-bid contract, which would very much change CENCAL and the what we've built up in this community for the least served, the most disadvantaged. So we have today Gina Fisher in my office to answer questions, Dr. Del Reynoso, and we're very lucky to have the new CEO of CENCAL, Maria Owen. And would you come up and talk to us a little bit about the significance of this item?
Good morning, and thank you. I'm pleased to be able to be here in person to address, your board and discuss this item. We are recommending your consideration to oppose.
Hold just one moment. We don't hear it quite loud enough. We're recording this for the public record and want to make sure we catch every word.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can. And before you start, would you just explain how long you've been here
Sure.
and a little bit about your past? And you're
Sure,
coming back to
absolutely.
Santa Barbara.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Marina Owen, the CEO of SenCal Health. I've been in this role for about 4 months, and prior to this role was the Chief Operating Officer for Central California Alliance for Health, which is a county organized health system in Santa Cruz, Monterey, and Merced counties. I had the pleasure of being at SenCal for 15 years prior to the Alliance, and so at this point, my 20th year in Medi-Cal managed care. I really enjoy. I'm a 40-year resident of Santa Barbara County. Grew up in San Ynez Valley and went to school in Santa Maria, so really familiar with our service area. Went to UCSB, so a local, and
Yes.
glad to be back serving this great organization. And so this item really, strikes at the kind of fabric of local governance and our local Medi-Cal managed care plan. And so SenCal Health is a county organized health system, really the first in the nation. And so this is our 40th year coming up in operation. And the public health department right here in Santa Barbara County really envisioned this innovation. We're written into both state and federal statute and enabled by local ordinance of your county supervisors. And so this proposal by the governor seeks to change that, seeks to create unilateral authority at the state level to contract with Medi-Cal managed care plans. This particular proposal enriches a commercial organization, and in 2024, fast tracks Kaiser's presence in 32 counties in California. The trailer bill language was introduced. It's at this point going to be considered as a policy bill later on this month, and your opposition would join those of 7 other counties to make the local voice clear. Ultimately, we believe that it does harm to the safety net in that it would devote resources to commercial populations. It also creates a 2-tiered system for Medi-Cal beneficiaries in that Kaiser would be exempted under this proposal from open enrollment, in which case Medi-Cal members would only have access to this high-quality provider if they had commercial insurance first. And we know that our local public health system is one that sees all comers. And so we believe it's inequitable. We also believe that your local county should have a voice in what occurs here. And one demonstration of that is creating this local health plan in the first place. And so I'm available for any additional questions. As I mentioned, the recommendation is to oppose. Your county is joined by, Orange County, San Luis Obispo, Monterey, Santa Cruz, Solano, and many others in opposing this item. We also believe this week that CSAC will oppose this as well. So I'm available for questions. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, for inviting me, and so is Gina.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. Do we have any questions? So I think you made a compelling case. It really tilts the playing field and would leave SenCal with the most expensive patients, and Kaiser would take off the more lucrative ones, and that upsets the balance in the entire system, and that's why so many have opposed this.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, I don't, Supervisor Williams?
Well, I trust in your judgment and our relationship with SenCal enough to vote for this recommendation to oppose. I particularly understand the logic of what that could do to the population if you split the Medi-Cal population into 2 pools. I do want to say, this is, for me, not anything against Kaiser. Kaiser has played an important role statewide in holding down the growth of healthcare costs. And it is a significant factor. Its expansion is a significant factor on why health insurance rates are not rising in Ventura County as fast as they are rising here. If this was about the commercial market, I might have a whole different viewpoint. But I do see how this could make it more difficult to serve the population in Medi-Cal that is left behind.
Thank you. So I don't think we need a separate vote on this. So I think we can get a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda, and that would be with the changes to A9, the addendum that the clerk wrote, and then item 34, which is a change of the date to May 17th.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Administrative agenda is approved. So now we're turning to a set of resolutions. Madam Clerk, would you read item number 45?
Pursue his volunteering, coaching interests, and more time with his wife Deb and son Christopher. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Michael Youngdahl for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement from county service, and wishes him and his family many years of good health and happiness, passed and adopted today.
That's what beloved looks like. Now we get to see you demonstrate this conversational, charismatic style.
Right, little high bar to live up to.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll just give a quick introduction to Mike. On behalf of the Office of County Council, I do want to thank him for his 30 years of service with County Council. As you've heard, Mike is an exceptional litigator, and the county was very fortunate to have him as our advocate. I especially want to thank Mike for his work over the past few years, mentoring our litigators and ensuring a smooth transition upon his retirement. So just on behalf of the office and the county, I want to thank you and congratulate you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just have a few words that I'll try and say in a conversational style. So first of all, thank you, board. Actually, the present board, I thank the past boards. I've been here a long time. I thank Rachel, thank you. Supervisor, CEO, colleagues, everybody. I mean, it's been a great ride, I have to say. It's just been fantastic. I started in private practice too long ago at this point. It feels like another lifetime. I ended up finding my niche here. Really lucky. I feel like it's been a privilege. It sounds trite, but a privilege and an honor to be a public servant. My family, they were all public servants. I sort of followed in the line, kind of fell into it. And boy, it's been fantastic. I said I felt lucky. Something I really want to say about the people I've worked with. This, I think, is the best law firm, bar none, private, public, you name it, from Los Angeles to San Francisco. This county has been very lucky to have those people, and the people I've worked with for all these years. So I just want to make sure that you understand, supervisors, how lucky we all are. I mean, I felt so fortunate to be a public servant and to be serving. I mean, when I say serve, I mean, I really mean, it sounds kind of amorphous, but I felt like I was serving people and the place. And I know these people feel the same way. So now, here I am. It's unbelievable. 30 years. So I know I'm going on a little bit, but I got to just say, 30, they're laughing because this is me. So 30 years it doesn't sound, it's hard to put it in perspective. And I was trying to think about it first, like, oh yeah, whatever. Then I realized, well, I started when I was 32. I went, well, 30 years, go back 30, that means I'd be 2 if I had gone 30 years back. So it just sort of gives you an idea. I mean, this is almost half my life. It's kind of amazing to be standing here. And what's also odd is just about 30 years ago, my dad retired. And I was standing in a supervisor's room. He was a DA, 25 years. So I was standing there making a speech about my dad. And now here I am. It's an interesting feeling when you get there. That's for sure. So now, what am I going to do, right? Well, one thing I'm going to do is I am going to feed my addiction to sports that was mentioned. And the other thing, I mean, this again, it sounds trite, but I am going to spend time with my family because one of the things, this is a demanding job. All of these jobs are demanding. This particular one that I happen to choose is very demanding. I've got an 82-year-old mom I'm going to spend time with. She's in LA. I have a 12-year-old son. So I'm going to spend a lot of time. Supervisor, we were together at a Little League game. Actually, it wasn't a game, but it was a big ceremony. To be spending time with that. And finally, last but not least, time with my wife. Finally. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And again, thanks to everybody. It's been great.
We wish you well. Madam Clerk, turning to administrative item number 46.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 46 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Lieutenant Brian Olmsted upon his retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 32 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us at the podium today in person, we have Brian Olmsted and Sheriff Bill Brown. And it looks like our Fire Chief Hartwig is also joining us today. I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Brian Olmsted retired from county service on Thursday, March 31st, 2022, having faithfully served the Sheriff's Office for over 32 years as a Sheriff's Deputy, Detective, Sergeant, and Lieutenant. And whereas Brian Olmsted started his career with Santa Barbara County on February 26, 1990, and throughout his 32 years of service, he worked in a variety of capacities, including as a patrol deputy, gang enforcement deputy, narcotics detective, and major crimes detective. In 2001, he promoted to the rank of sergeant and supervised patrol, the Civil Bureau, and the Training Bureau. In 2007, he promoted to the rank of lieutenant and went on to manage the Isla Vista Foot Patrol Station, Civil Bureau, Training Bureau, Santa Maria Station, Special Investigations Bureau, and the Sheriff's Fire Air Support Unit. And whereas Brian Olmsted, in addition to his primary assignments, was also a member of the Sheriff's Dive Team, Mobile Field Force Coordinator, Administrative Investigation Team, Law Enforcement Mutual Aid Coordinator, Office of Emergency Management Liaison, and member of the Santa Barbara County Type 3 Incident Management Team. And whereas Brian Olmsted provided expertise, passion, and leadership in law enforcement and emergency management to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, the Sheriff's Office, and all emergency services, contributing greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county. Now therefore, let it be hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commends Brian Olmsted for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and his wife Alice continued good health and many years of happiness. Passed and adopted today.
Well, Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm here on behalf of all the men and women of the Sheriff's Office to bid Brian farewell. You've heard just now what a distinguished career he has had with the Sheriff's Office. We really could use him as a poster child for what the Sheriff's Office offers. The breadth and the depth of the responsibility that our organization has is really 75% of it was just read to you in terms of what this man to my right has done throughout his career. He served honorably and well. He is going to be missed. His assignments, as you heard, were very varied, And I'm pleased to say that we are going to keep him on the books as an extra help employee, as a type 3 manager, and in case we have any additional incidents in the past, his expertise is just too good to pass up at this point and say goodbye to completely. But I've asked Fire Chief Mark Hartwig to come up here with me as well and to say a few words, because Brian's final assignment was in charge of the Air Support Unit, which is a joint venture between the Sheriff's Office and the Fire Department. And it is like several of the other collaborative efforts that we have with other agencies throughout the county, both in county government and outside of county government. It's a shining example of how the whole can be greater than the sum of the parts. It is really an example of how a medium-sized county like ours is able to have aviation assets that are available for a broad array of emergency responses. Everything from law enforcement to medical evacuation to search and rescue and to firefighting, aerial firefighting as well. It is a full-service air support unit. And the only reason that it's a full-service air support unit is because it's a joint air support unit. It is a bargain in terms of the cost effectiveness for the people of this county, and it has really been this shining example. The motto, the Latin motto of the air support unit is "Simul nous succidons," which in Latin means "together we succeed." And I'd like to thank Brian for his leadership in the role of the air support lieutenant and in bringing everybody together to work in harmony and to work in such a way that we have succeeded in saving many lives, in apprehending many suspects, in evacuating many injured people, in rescuing many lost people in the wilderness, and in taming and extinguishing fires that have threatened our county. All of that as a result of his efforts and what he has done. So we thank you, Brian, for all that you have done. We wish you well in all of your future endeavors. And again, on behalf of all of us, I say Godspeed.
Thank you, Sheriff. Madam Chair and members of the board, if I could just be very quick. On behalf of a very thankful fire organization, you're as close to a firefighter as a cop could be. In fact, your brother is a firefighter. 3 words come to mind when I talk to staff about Lieutenant Olmsted. Compassion, consistent, and calmness. And in the very high-risk environment that we operate in jointly, both the Air Support Unit, where your leadership has been outstanding, and the Type 3 Incident Management Team, thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you more than anything, I think, for your service to the community of this great county. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, thanks. 32 years, it's been an honor. I was 20 years old when I got hired, and it's been an unbelievable ride, unbelievable career. It's been an honor to serve the residents of Santa Barbara County. I sort of fell into this job, and it's been unbelievable since. Seen a couple bad things, a lot of great things, and I wouldn't have it any other way. When I look at all the different jobs I've done, all the people I've worked with, I've been lucky to not just work with the fire department and obviously the sheriff's office, but just people across all my positions. I've been able to work with all the county employees, the different county departments, and it's just an unbelievable group of people. They're professional, and all they want to do is get the job done, and they want to solve problems. And I think that's what the residents of the county deserve, and that's what they get. We have our hiccups on the way, but it's a really professional group, and it's truly been an honor to work with all the employees of the county. There's too many people to thank. I mean, I didn't do anything by myself. Actually, it's because of all the people I've worked with that I've been able to make it through this career. I owe it all to them. Everyone that's made a positive impact on my career, I thank you. Obviously, Sheriff Brown's given me opportunities with assignments. So thank you. The ability to work with the fire department. I cheat a little bit. My dad retired from County Fire, and my brother still works for County Fire. So I'm sort of a firefighter, I guess, by blood relationships. I mean, I trust them as my brother. Let's see, to the board, obviously, thank you. All 5 of you have supported me individually at different times, so thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. I've been lucky to serve on committees or groups with you, and obviously, you guys all have the best intentions in the county also. The last thing, I thought I wasn't going to talk as long as the attorney because I'm a cop, but I don't know. The one last thing is I want to thank my family, my wife Alice. We've been married 30 years. My son Colin. They've been there the entire time. With being in public safety, you miss a lot of weekends, you miss holidays. Trick-or-treating, I missed a lot of trick-or-treatings because of Halloween deployments and weekend family trips and so forth. They've supported me this entire time. So I thank them. A lot of times, you know, public safety, law enforcement sees a lot of different things. Like I said, bad things, good things, miss a lot of family events. And public safety, they go to an academy, they get training, they see it, different things over and over again. So not that they're immune to it, but there's a little bit of training involved where the spouses and family members, they just sort of live that life and they still support it. Law enforcement's one of those professions that if something happens on the East Coast with law enforcement or the Northwest or even here, it affects all of law enforcement. And a lot of times the people don't realize how that affects the spouses and the family members. Like I said, last I want to thank my wife again, my son Colin, and all the other spouses because they're really the backbones to the public safety members. So thank you. It's unbelievable. Hopefully I get to see you guys around, but thanks.
Madam Chair.
Oh.
Can I tell a quick Brian Olmsted story? So he says he sees a lot of the bad things. So I was in Santa Maria and I was going to an event and it was at the Santa Maria Radisson. And I come walk.
Conditions. And being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person receives in an emergency. And whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org, or for Spanish speakers, www.donvitacalifornia.org. And whereas California residents can sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that in recognition of National Donate Life Month, the month of April 2022 is hereby proclaimed DMV Donate Life California Month in the county of Santa Barbara. And in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the DMV, passed and adopted today.
Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I just want to say that it's really an honor to have all these folks here today to talk about donating, and it is such a simple process. It's so easy. As Jacqueline read in the resolution, it's something we should all take advantage of. You know, it's so simple. You just get a little pink dot on your donor card. So everybody check your driver's licenses and make sure that you've done that. And then when you do have the opportunity to renew your driver's license or take the initiative to go online and check the box, you're really giving an opportunity for somebody else to potentially improve their quality of life or even save a life. So it's really a thoughtful, considerate, kind, and essential thing that we all need to do for each other. Scott?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hartman, members of the board. I'm Scott Burns, 2015 Memorial Day. I was sitting on a friend's sailboat, and the Santa Barbara Harbor Patrol came and said, "Mr. Burns, we have a kidney for you." I ended up getting a kidney that evening at Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and I've been a member of the Donate Life Ambassadors ever since then. I'm representing, if you could look at me, there's 120,000 people waiting for a kidney. I happen to be very lucky getting a kidney. So there's a lot of people that need it, and whenever you're at the DMV, 98% of the people that sign up do it at the DMV. So I have some other people with me that are going to speak a little bit. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Ethan, and I'm probably the youngest person in the room, but I'm honored to be here and speak about the amazing wonders of donation and donor tissue eye donation. I'm Ethan. I'm a junior at UC Santa Barbara, and I've been an ambassador for One Legacy for 5 years now, and I received an allograft knee surgery, making me a tissue recipient at the age 16. So being an active member of this nonprofit has given me tremendous joy, because not only was I able to receive a life-enhancing tissue surgery that keeps me being an athletic, adventurous guy, I was able to play on my varsity high school basketball team. I've been able to be a state parks lifeguard, first responder for the last 3 summers, and I'm able to speak at events like this and share the good word, because when a lot of people think of donation, there's the major ones that people wait a long time for, but a tissue recipient can positively alter up to 70 different lives, such as myself. So I like to be here, try to be an embodiment of some of the positive benefits of donation, and thank you for receiving the proclamation. Have a good day.
Good morning, County Board of Supervisors. I'd like to share with you a bit about my story. My name is Blanca Cohen. I'm the Director of Quality Systems for One Legacy, the agency that facilitates donation in the 7 counties surrounding Southern California. And supporting the ambassador program, such as Ethan and Scott, to provide an opportunity for them to share their stories and experiences, really allows that human connection as to the gift of donation, and especially when folks make that decision to select yes and donate, they won't be able to connect with the recipient of the tissue or organs that they are donating, simply because this will take place at the time that they will pass away. And so it is such a selfless gift, and we are very honored to support the families who say yes to the donation process while they are experiencing such a tremendous loss, and also to provide an opportunity for the ambassador program, those who select to volunteer and share their stories to further educate and inspire the community to donate life. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. And Supervisor Hart, or is it true you just sign up online, or when you renew your license, or anytime?
It's a simple choice when you renew your license, and everybody encounters that at some point in time. So it's just a matter of saying yes, and then your license will have the notification on it. And then even easier, if you want to take the initiative, just go online. And could you share the online website to make it easy for folks?
It's actually, it's easier than that. Just go Google Donate Life.
There we go.
And then you'll see Donate Life California. It's a simple process. Even I was able to do it.
Thank you so much. And I think Supervisor Lavanino just checked, and he's already signed up. I had the opportunity to participate in a ceremony last week that was held in Lompoc, where we planted, I think it was 167 pinwheels, each representing 5 referrals to Child Protective Services. And there was a very touching poem that was read by Alison Wales about how so many children in our world are living in an X-rated world. And this organization is absolutely extraordinary in the support they give to children and families. And at that event, there were all the different partners participating, from law enforcement to nonprofit organizations, and they need a hub. And so the Rape Crisis Center, Child Protection, they provide that hub for all of us. And so, Ms. McCarty, would you go ahead?
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman and members of the board. As I said, I'm Ann McCarty, Executive Director of the North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center. But more importantly, if you look behind me, these are all the people that do the hard work each and every day, social workers with child welfare services and members of other nonprofit organizations that provide services to children in our county. These are the heroes behind me. I'm just here with a few words to say. So thank you. It is indeed an honor to stand before you today accepting this resolution proclaiming April 2022 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Santa Barbara County. As you may know, just this morning on this very property here in Santa Maria, we planted another 333 pinwheels out front of the Board of Supervisors building. These pinwheels signify 1 in 5 investigations on referrals made to child welfare services in the Santa Maria region. As you said in Lompoc last Friday, we planted, 167. And if you're all doing the math, that works out to be about 2,500 investigations or referrals made to child welfare services in North County last year. My emphatic statement has always been 1 is too many, and I'm sure you would all agree. In our county, we have many wonderful agencies that work together to end child abuse, with many of us belonging to the Child Abuse Prevention Council. We have educators, those that work with parents to build resilience, agencies that provide critical counseling, social workers that put their hearts on the line each and every day and investigate crimes against children, advocates, first responders, prosecutors, medical professionals, and many, many more. As a team of many, we each play an integral role in providing critical services. Truth is, each one of us in this room today, and probably in Santa Barbara, we wish we didn't have to do this work, and we work every day to work ourselves out of a job. But we do this work with a vigilance that's not matched by many. Each day, no matter what our capacity or position, we recognize that we have the opportunity to positively change the trajectory of a child's life, and we take that seriously. No matter if it's by a lesson that we provide in a classroom, a conversation that we have in counseling, or the way an investigation is conducted, each of us play a role in affecting the lives of children. Preventing child abuse shouldn't be on our minds just once a year, but it should be our daily goal. Each of us has various capacities in which we engage, whether we're a concerned neighbor, a family member, a parent, an elected official, or work with a community-based organization. Each of us can help parents and guardians be the best role model that they can be. Sometimes folks just need a little encouragement and guidance. We can all be their bright spot in darker times. Protecting children is indeed a community responsibility, and we do appreciate the Board of Supervisors acknowledging the work of many in our county with this resolution. And I'd also like to say a special thanks to Supervisors Lavanino and Nelson for making sure that that the yard was watered out front, because driving in those stakes for an old gal like me made it a lot easier. So thank you very much to all.
And thank you so much all for being here. Was there anyone else who wanted to speak, Ms. McCurdy?
Anybody else? No? Yep. Chickens, they're all chickens. We thank you.
Thank you for being a bright spot in dark times. Turning to administrative item number 49, Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 49 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of April 4th, 2022 through April 10th, 2022 as National Public Health Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Dr. Do Reynoso and members of Public Health. And joining us via Zoom today, we have Lisa Bravo from Family Services, Ben Romo from Critical Needs Fund, Lawanda Lyons-Pruitt from the NAACP, Zulema Alman from CAUSE, and Teresa Alvarez from the Carpinteria Children's Project. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Well, I might pause for a moment. We might need CSB TV's help here. And perhaps we'll flip the podium off while we are fixing the microphone. My apologies, and now I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas the week of April 4th through 10th, 2022 is National Public Health Week, and the theme is Public Health is Where You Are. And whereas public health professionals help communities prevent, prepare for, withstand, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, including disease outbreaks such as the COVID-19 pandemic, measles, natural disasters, and disasters caused by human activity. And whereas community partners, including nonprofit organizations, community organizing groups, faith-based organizations, and community health workers serve as trusted leaders that ensure health resources and education are available in a manner that is equitable for all Santa Barbara County residents. And whereas a person's health status can differ drastically by zip code due to differences in the built environment, environmental quality, community context, access to healthy food, access to education, and access to healthcare. And the COVID-19 pandemic has illuminated and exacerbated racial inequities, leading public health leaders to continue to declare racism a public health crisis. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department recognizes selected outstanding staff as public health heroes and selected exceptional community partners as public health champions for their commitment and dedication to protecting the health of our community by preventing disease and promoting health equity. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby proclaim April 4th through 10th, 2022 as National Public Health Week and encourages all residents in Santa Barbara County to observe this week by helping our families, friends, and leaders better understand the value of public health. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and clients. No matter how many calls she has to make, she's committed to creative thinking and problem solving in a way that goes above and beyond. She's highly collaborative and open to learning and sharing her learnings with anyone open to them. Her kind heart and passion for public health work, especially for nutrition. Next, I'd like to acknowledge Chandler Menel. Chandler is a storekeeper. He is always first to arrive and last to leave. He kept us up and running with plenty of snacks, supplies, and equipment. Chandler was often seen giving out breaks to others that didn't fit his job description, and he always did so with a smile. He's a gentleman that I saw asking others if they need anything and never turning down a request to help. It is this type of person who is in the background, often ignored or forgotten, that deserves recognition for his selfless giving. Next, I'd like to acknowledge Jackie Ruiz. She is unfortunately not here today, but Jackie works tirelessly as our public information officer. She's a dedicated and responsive professional to all things COVID, as well as providing timely information not related to COVID. She's been an outstanding professional, especially during these last 24 months, with incalculable stressors, deadlines, and burdens. Next, I'd like to acknowledge Jeffrey Brown. Jeffrey's enthusiasm and dedication is noteworthy, and he has been a very successful and critical part of the financial management of various COVID-19 federal awards that the Public Health Department has received. Jeff joined PhD roughly 2 months before the public health emergency. And he quickly learned not only his new duties, but also assisted us with FEMA claiming. As more and more federal funding was received, Jeff took on increasing responsibility for assisting with analysis, preparation, reporting, and invoicing for millions of dollars for our response efforts. While not a frontline worker, Jeff truly reflects a caring attitude and a deep commitment to contribute. Tanisha, I'd like to acknowledge Tanisha Castaneda. Tanisha is 100% redirected from her usual duties during the pandemic to lead administrative portion of COVID-19 vaccination effort for our community health. Tanisha worked tirelessly and demonstrated patience and kindness during a very stressful time. She's a fantastic teacher and problem solver. She worked many hours assisting COVID-19 response by wearing different hats wherever the need was. She did her work knowledgeably and thoughtfully and thoroughly, no matter what she was being asked to perform. From the beginning of the pandemic, Tanisha has been a committed public servant who worked collaboratively with grace and grit and with partners to ensure the safety and well-being of the community is achieved. So thank you, public health staff. You are wonderful heroes. I'd also like to take a few minutes to acknowledge our 2022 public health champions. They are joined via Zoom. The first is Ben Romo. We are deeply appreciative to Ben and his associates, including United Way and philanthropic partners in the critical needs funds. From the get-go, they supported our mitigation efforts and have maintained their support throughout the pandemic. Second, I'd like to recognize the Carpinteria Children's Project. During the most restrictive portion of the COVID-19 pandemic, under the leadership of Maria Chesley, Executive Director, and Teresa Alvarez, current Executive Director, the Carpinteria Children's Project redirected their staff to focus on community-wide needs when the state mandated that residents stay in their homes as much as possible. CCP ramped up a drive-through food drive efforts from their offices and coordinated with the Carpinteria Healthcare Center to help elderly patients who might need assistance in just going to the store, doing errands, or picking up their medication from the pharmacy. Third, I'd like to recognize the Family Services Agency of Santa Barbara County. FSA, under the leadership of Lisa Bravo and Steve DeLira, were very willing and competent partners for our busy isolation and quarantine efforts. They took on the Housing for the Harvest program. The FSA provided needed services to our farm workers and food services workers during the pandemic. The team at FSA is dedicated and professional, and they are so caring. We were very impressed with them and enjoyed working them on this very important program. Next, we'd like to acknowledge LaWanda Lyons Pruitt. LaWanda Lyons Pruitt has been a steady force throughout the pandemic, including going door to door to make sure people have access to accurate health information. She has worked tirelessly to make sure everyone hears about vaccine opportunity. She is truly a champion for Black, Indigenous, and people of color and faith-based communities in Santa Barbara County, and she has been throughout the pandemic. And lastly, we'd like to acknowledge CAUSE. Representing CAUSE is Zulema Aleman. CAUSE has been a critical partner throughout the pandemic. In particular, we would like to acknowledge Zulema. Zulema's passion for increased access to testing and vaccination is unmatched and infectious. SBC is fortunate to have such a knowledgeable and passionate advocate for our ag community. So these individuals are our heroes and champions. They were nominated by our public health staff and selected by an inclusive group of individuals in the public health department. With that, thank you.
Dr. Del Reynoso, did anyone want to speak? Any of the partners or those being recognized from the public health department?
This is your chance. You have the mic.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, it looks like Zulema Alman on Zoom is raising her hand, and Teresa Alvarez as well.
Good, so we'll go to them next.
I just want to thank Vaughn and the rest of the Public Health Department for an amazing job that we've collectively done between our staff and the community partners to respond to the COVID pandemic. As you know, it's put a strain on everybody. And I think together we've come out of this a lot stronger than we were before. One of the beautiful things I tell people about responding to the pandemic is it allowed us as a department to work with more departments within the county. And that to me was probably one of the most rewarding parts of COVID response, was getting to know those coworkers outside of public health. Besides that, was the bigger reward was working with the community and being able to just help people. I don't think we appreciate enough how much parents, for instance, were impacted by COVID. They went from being a full-time employee to now being a teacher, to being a doctor, to in our department, trying to give kids therapy via Zoom, and just so many challenges that they face. And we come out of this stronger, and I think this just helps us to be able to build a foundation to continue to grow on. So thank you, Vaughn, for the opportunity. I appreciate it, and thank you, everybody else, for the great work you've done.
And I forgot to mention this, but for our heroes and champions who can't be here in person, we are going to mail them their plaques.
Great.
And Chair
Madam
Hartman,
Clerk?
members of the board, now we'll go to Zoom for Zulema Alman to be followed by Teresa Alvarez. Zulema?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. My name is Sulema, and I'm the Associate Organizing Director with CAUS. On behalf of CAUS and myself, thank you so much for this recognition. CAUS has had the pleasure to be serving our immigrant and working families in this region for the past 20 years. We really, really appreciate being able to work with the health over the past 2 years, as they have been difficult years to make sure that the safety and well-being of immigrant and farm worker families during a time where they have provided important and essential labor to our county. Just in the strawberry industry, farm workers help bring $6 billion to our county, and that doesn't include the tourism brought by the grape industry, which farm workers support. We are grateful that Dr. Reynoso and her team have put this community as a priority and a key piece towards improving the health status of Santa Barbara County. We look forward to our continued partnership, and once again, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will now go to Teresa Alvarez to be followed by Stephen DeLira. Teresa?
Hi, good morning, Chair Hartman and board members. Thank you so much for this honor. The Carpinteria Children's Project prides itself in being able to meet the needs of the community, and that's exactly what we did during the pandemic. We noticed that there was a need in senior meals, and we provided those, something that is outside of our mission, as well as extending our food distribution, as was mentioned. And we had teachers working and supporting the food distribution when we were completely shut down. It was really a team effort and everyone coming together to support the community. And it was not only our staff, but other community members in Carpinteria. We're small, but we're mighty. And we are happy to be able to support the community any way that we can. And we continue to looking at ways of being able to provide services, not only for our families and children, but the community as a whole. We understand that we are stronger that way. So thank you so much for this honor. And we really can't do it without the support of our community partners, public health being one of them, and all of the wonderful staff at the CARP Children's Project. So thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will go to Stephen DeLira to be followed by LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. On behalf of Family Service Agency of Santa Barbara County, Santa Maria Valley Youth and Family Center, and the Little House by the Park in Guadalupe, Dr. Lisa Bravo and I would like to thank Dr. Van Reynoso and the Public Health Department for the recognition of our agency as a 2022 Public Health Champion. We appreciate and are grateful for the collective impact of private sector, public sector, philanthropic, and nonprofit working together for the overall good of our communities. Thank you.
And now we will go to LaWanda Lyons-Pruitt to be followed by Ben Romo. LaWanda?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hartman, members of the board, Dr. Bunn, and the Public Health Department. Thank you so much for this recognition. Wow, this has been an incredible month for me and last 2 years. I retired, as you all know, from the Public Defender's Office in 2016. Very rewarding career for me. When I retired, I knew that I would be doing community, serving my community, but not to the capacity that I was called to do during COVID and doing after the death of George Floyd. So yesterday was the 54th year of Dr. Martin Luther King's death. And I, along with others all across California, participated in his reading of Beyond Vietnam, A Time to Break the Silence. It was a speech that was delivered in New York to clergy and laity. And there were some things in his speech that as I was reading through it, like for maybe the fourth time, that really grabbed me. And I'll just speak on a few of those. Number one, we're called to speak for the weak, for the voiceless. Dr. King could not forget that in 1964, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. He was the youngest person in Nobel Peace Prize history to be awarded that award. And he saw that as a commission to work harder than he had ever worked before for the brotherhood of man. And this is a calling that take him beyond national allegiance. I think that for me, when I retired from public defender, community service became my calling. And lastly, he says that every man of humane conviction must decide on the protest that best suits his conviction, but we must all protest. And to me, what that means for me, that says for me, is that I must work and just not rest on my laurels, but actually serve my community. I am so happy for the collaboration with the Public Health Department, with Ben Ramo, and the organizations and the philanthropies that he represents. And I'm grateful to be here today, and thank you so much.
Luanda, I can't help but ask, how many vaccine clinics have you organized?
I lost count. Ben knows, though.
Well, it's been a tremendous service.
Thank you so much.
And Chair Hartman and members of the board, last but certainly not least, we have joining us today, Ben Romo via Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you for this recognition, Madam Chair and members of the board. For just in response to Luanda, numbers don't go that high when we talk about just how much organizations like hers have done in our community. When we try to measure that impact, and many of the organizations being recognized here today were huge and are huge in meeting the needs of those vulnerable populations. As Vaughn mentioned, a lot of the work I did with the county during the pandemic was on behalf of my client, United Way of Santa Barbara County, and also leaders in philanthropy. None of that work would really have been possible without the willingness of county leaders to be creative and to support public-private partnerships. I especially want to call out the folks at the Office of Emergency Management, the whole CEO team, and really most of all, the Public Health Department, who, many of whom put their lives on hold for more than 2 years, are still doing so today, and often have been and were working in dangerous situations, really focused on helping the most vulnerable and keeping us all safe. So I thank you for the recognition. I look forward to supporting the county in the future and more good work together. with the county and these organizations represented here today, and the hundreds of other organizations and leaders in the nonprofit and philanthropic sector that are doing so much in our community. I'm honored to be a part of that work.
Thank you. And that's our final speaker on this issue. And Dr. Dorinoso, thank you so much for bringing our health heroes forward and giving us an opportunity to see who's really doing a lot of the work in the background and at least for one day, bringing them to the foreground. And thank you to all our healthcare champions, the nonprofit organizations. We simply couldn't do what we do without those partnerships. And you've been a very effective promoter of those partnerships, and we've all gained from it. So thank you, Dr. Dorinoso. Turning to our final administrative item, number 50. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 50 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Angela Stoke of the Public Defender's Office as the April 2022 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Angela Stoke, along with Deepak Badwani from the Public Defender's Office. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Angela Stoke, a summa cum laude BA in psychology graduate of the California State University in Sacramento, California, with an emphasis in research and statistics, master's in education from California State University, Sacramento, and 22 plus years working with databases and content management systems, an employee for the Santa Barbara County Public Defender's Office since 2018. And whereas Angela worked more than a decade for the Canyon County Sheriff's Office before joining the newly created Canyon County Public Defender's Office in 2014. Angie was hired right at the opening of the Public Defender's Office and navigated the successful development and implementation of a new content management system. Before leaving the Sheriff's Office, Angela converted 20 years of data, most of which was not digital, to a new paperless content management system. And whereas Angie possesses a diverse technical knowledge base coupled with strong analytical skills and unusual creativity, comfortable learning and assimilating new technologies on the fly, experienced in developing and integrating with hardware, software, and database systems, and whereas Angela is statistics-driven and extremely analytical, constantly looking for ways to improve processes, efficiency, and productivity. She has played a key role as data-driven analytics have become a central feature of the Santa Barbara Public Defender's Office. And whereas Angela was recruited to join the Santa Barbara County Public Defender's Office to change the technology backbone and working closely with her supervisor to completely rebuild the department's case management system. And whereas Angela and her husband Brian have 3 lovely children, 21-year-old Alyssa, 7-year-old Bryson, and 5-year-old Aubrey, who love the outdoors, going camping, boating, hiking, 4-wheeling, and spend most of their free time in the mountains. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors commend and recognize Angela Stoke for her exceptional and continuous contributions to the work of Santa Barbara County by naming her Employee of the Month for April 2022, passed and adopted today.
Mr. Badwani?
Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board, and Madam CEO. I am Deepak Badwani, Chief Financial and Administrative Officer of the Public Defender's Office and Ms. Stokey's direct supervisor. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Stokey as the Public Defender's recipient of the Employee of the Month for April 2022. Angie has worked for the County of Santa Barbara these past 4 years and has been a transformative member of the Public Defender IT team. I personally met Ms. Stokey in August 2014 and instantly recognized her as a talented and gifted programmer who is passionate about the impact of public service on communities and the power of data-driven decision-making. When the opportunity arose to recruit Ms. Stokey to work in Santa Barbara, it was a no-brainer decision for our department. As you are aware, recruiting IT staff of Ms. Stokey's skill set has always been a challenge, especially when you're competing against higher-paying private sector companies and other county departments equally reliant on IT support. Ms. Stokey's intellect, common sense, natural curiosity, and her inherent grit is infectious, not to mention her laugh. She is an outside-of-the-box problem solver who has been the tip of the spear executing on the department's vision of our case management system and aligning our IT processes with renewed 22 goals. She has played a critical role in transforming our case management system from a clunky and poorly designed system into a modern case management system that other public defender agencies are now modeling. The impact is not limited to just the Public Defender's Office, with Angie serving a key cog representing the department on several countywide initiatives like Discovery, the Master Naming Index, and the IT Policy Committee, to name a few. Ms. Stokey has an encyclopedic knowledge and command of technology and content management systems. Although I am nervous to showcase her skill set, in fear that she will be stolen due to her background, the depth of her IT knowledge, her degree in statistics, and 20+ years in data mining and analysis makes her a force of nature in the public sector criminal justice space. Best of all, Ms. Stokey is also beloved by all. When we announced this award to our office, there was an outpouring of congratulations for being recognized, but most importantly, a deep expression of gratitude and appreciation for the impact Angie has had in our office. Angie doesn't normally like the spotlight, so I'm glad that we were given this opportunity here today to showcase her skill set and to provide that level of appreciation. Ms. Stokey has improved our IT systems, but also ignited a culture committed to constantly improving, innovating, with the courage to challenge how things have always been done. Her positive attitude and incredible kindness and generosity as a colleague make her a model county employee. On a personal note, I would like to thank her family for sharing her with us and for allowing her to work for us and the commitment that she's given to our office. Like most working parents, balancing a demanding job and home life is no easy task, but everything Ms. Stokey does, she does it all every day without complaint, with utter joy and gratitude for all of her blessings. Every member of our IT team, along with some members of our staff are in the audience, along with many others streaming all throughout our offices, in support and celebrating Ms. Stokey. Angie, we cherish you, your contributions, and look forward to your continued success.
Wow. You couldn't see the knowing smiles and nods as he was talking.
Support system. Thanks, guys. Good morning. I would like to thank Chair Hartman, Board, Madam CEO, and the Public Defender Administration team. I feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to work for such a great county and with such a great group of people. The amazing individuals at the Public Defender's Office show up day after day, defending and protecting the rights of the county's most vulnerable, and I get to be part of their support system. I'm grateful to have a job where I'm able to provide support and assistance using my skills and training, where my contributions make a difference in people's lives in the county. I love that this job encourages me to be innovative and creative. DPAC gives me that freedom in order to develop solutions which help improve the daily tasks and processes of the public defender staff with the hopes of enhancing efficiency to save time, effort, and money. It's easy to simply show up and do a job every day, but it's a privilege to have a job that fulfills you and what you enjoy. Thank you again to the board, to Tracy and DPAC for honoring me with this award. Thank you.
Igniting a culture of innovation. That's extraordinary. Okay, turning from our resolutions to general public comment. Do we have any members of the public, Madam Clerk, who would like to speak on any item not on today's agenda?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on general public comment today.
All right, turning to department item number 1.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Clerk Recorder Assessor Elections Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra help services and retirement waiver for the Clerk Recorder Assessor's Office.
And Mr. Holland?
Yeah, good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. This is a critical position. Sue Morrison retired just a week ago, and this is she wants to come back and help us close the role and handle some complex appeals. And so we think it is very prudent, and I appreciate your support on this item.
Okay, do we have any questions for Mr. Holland from members of the board? Seeing none, may I have a motion? Madam Clerk, public comment.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I would just like to note for the record, we had no request to speak on this item.
Thank you. So may I have a motion?
Chair Hartman, I'll go ahead. I have some comments.
Yes,
actually.
yes,
Yeah, it
I
was a
thought
question.
I didn't see your light. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have a question as much of a comment. Not a big fan of these in general. I think there's a reason why we bring these to the board is to daylight them. The idea behind some of the legislation that was done about a decade ago, I think that Supervisor Williams probably was involved in, made sure that we didn't have people going through this revolving door, we're retiring and coming right back. I think it's really important for all departments that are watching to consider thinking about key members like Ms. Morrison, who is a key member of the Clerk, Assessor, Recorder, Elections Office, and is really essential for the county's general function that she does come back. So I'm definitely going to support this, but at the same time, just want to remind departments to be thinking ahead of these types of things, so that we aren't left in a lurch, and that these things become more uncommon in the future, and that we have people that can step into these roles. So just my comment on that.
Thank you. So I need a motion.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So with
Thank you very
that-
much.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. So with that, we'll take a short 10-minute break while the treasurer's office gets set up here. And so we'll reconvene at 10 to 11. So good morning again. We're reconvening the April 5th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors here in Santa Barbara. We're turning now to departmental item number 2. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Treasurer Tax Collector, Public Administrator. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an appeal of the Treasurer Tax Collector's Transient Occupancy Tax, TOT, audit final determination for Timothy Galt.
Thank you. And have any board members had ex parte communications, research, things you would like to disclose?
I do not believe I have any ex parte communications on this.
Okay, and
Just Chair Hartman, just for the record, neither did I.
okay. So all board members are indicating none. So turning to staff presentation, Ms. Haggerty.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Timothy Galt has filed an appeal with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, or actually with the board. It's appeal for the Treasurer Tax Collector's Transient Occupancy Tax audit determination for his short-term rental located in Summerlin. As an overview, the county's TOT ordinance requires every hotel, motel, short-term rental operator in the unincorporated areas of the county to collect TOT from transients who stay for 30 consecutive days or less. Operators are required to register their short-term rentals with the tax collector within 30 days after commencing business. If any operator fails to collect and remit the tax to the Treasurer Tax Collector, then we are essentially to audit the rental activity in order to determine and assess the tax, interest, and penalties on the operator. Short-term rental operators located in the South Coast are also required to remit an assessment for the Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District, or TBID, plan. Under this plan, short-term rentals are assessed a fixed TBID amount on a per paid unit per night basis. The assessment is levied on and is the obligation of the short-term rental operator. The TBID assessment is required to be remitted to the county treasurer tax collector on a monthly basis. The treasurer tax collector enforces the TOT ordinance in various ways. The tax collector's website has extensive information on TOT collection requirements. We conduct TOT audits primarily initiated by a change of ownership status, and that's usually when it comes to a hotel or motel. And we also base it on, it's also initiated on public complaints. In response to public complaints, a letter is sent to the operator with information on the TOT collection requirements for short-term rentals and includes an application for the TOT certificate, which is required. A second letter is sent shortly thereafter informing the operator of the TOT audit of their short-term rental activity. So as an overview of the audit for Timothy Galt, the audit covered the period of December 2017 through November 2020. At the beginning of this period, Mr. Galt's short-term rental was managed by an outside entity, and TOT was remitted to the county. However, in the later part of this period, when the appellant himself managed his short-term rental, he did not hold a TOT certificate and did not remit TOT to the county. We reviewed Mr. Galt's tax returns and bank statements and financial reports from the online vacation rental site used by the appellant. The final audit determination was that the amount due to the county is $25,623.17. Timothy Galt's appeal issue is as follows. Mr. Galt claims that he had no knowledge of the TOT and was never advised of it. Our response is that the county's TOT ordinance was adopted in August 1964. The requirement to collect and remit TOT is published within County Code Chapter 32, which is available online. The county has no further legal duty to notify hotel operators of this responsibility. In addition, the rental website used by Mr. Galt has clear instructions on who is responsible for collection and remittance of TOT. In Santa Barbara County, it is the operator's responsibility to do this. And finally, here are the actions that the Treasurer Tax Collector recommends your board take. To conduct a hearing on the appeal, uphold the Treasurer Tax Collector's determination and deny the appeal request, adopt the findings proposed by the Treasurer Tax Collector, and determine that these actions are not a project under CEQA. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Hegarty. Mr. Gall? And I just would like to explain, you have 10 minutes and then we'll have questions and then there's public comment and you have an opportunity to come back and rebut anything you've heard between your final remarks and today, right now, and next. Okay.
Thank you for having me here, and I appreciate the work that Harry Hagan and his assistant Leanne has done. But I would like to represent myself with regards to some of the facts that are left out. Okay. I'm going to read a little biography of who I am. Okay. In fact, this morning there was a chief here that was on duty for 32 years. I've been a taxpayer in Santa Barbara County for 33 years. Okay. I've paid taxes for 33 years without any delay or any problems. I've supported the county. Okay, so now a little bit of my history is I'm going to read parts of this document, which you may have a copy of, not the whole thing. It's about, my name is Timothy Galt. My wife and I have owned our home in Summerlin for 33 years. We purchased a residence located at 2525 Emerson Street in June of 1989. This property has been our permanent residence for 26 of those years. We raised our 3 sons in the home. They attended both private and public schools in Santa Barbara, including UCSB. My wife and I both love our home and plan and desire to maintain our residence for as long as we can. In July of 2013, I suffered a cerebral hemorrhage that was hospitalized for 10 days in an intensive care unit at Holy Cross Hospital in Northridge. I was very lucky to be able to walk out of the hospital above ground. I was fairly stabilized when I left the hospital. However, I have been challenged with a number of cognitive deficits. I was unable to continue my orthodontic practice and was forced into an abrupt and early retirement. In 2014, we faced foreclosure on our Summerlin residence. We were able to save our home with some creative refinancing. However, we have been facing many continued financial challenges. There's a few chapters discussing some of those challenges, but I'll skip those. In January of 2018, we housed families who were victims of the Thomas Fire for about a year. At the end of that time, we again were faced with having to give up our property for sale. For us to pay our taxes and preserve our home, we decided to try renting the home again, this time by ourselves. I personally did all the house cleaning, washed, dried, and folded all the laundry, prepped the home, booked the guests, and provided hospitality. Okay. I'm in my 70th year. I have been affected with cognitive disabilities as a result of a serious cerebral hemorrhage I suffered in 2013. I love Santa Barbara. I love our property in Summerlin. For the past 32 plus years, we have always paid our Santa Barbara County taxes in a diligent and timely manner, including forwarding the tot tax immediately after we received our first notice. I am proud to be of service to help collect and pay taxes to the county from the use of my property. I'm not reluctant at all to pay taxes, okay? The problem lies in that the disclosure to me was not apparent. I did not understand the tot tax configuration, even though Leanne said that it was on the books since 1964. For the majority of my 33 years in Summerland, the rental people that managed it says, well, it's in the unincorporated part of the county, they don't take tot tax. Or I didn't know tot tax, whatever, there's no taxes. But anyway, that was my knowledge. I was on my own, as according to Leanne, to dig into the tax rooms and offices and understand that. I did not know I had a hotel. It was a home, a private residence. So all of the parameters that qualify that for a hotel, I was unaware of. Okay, and that made difficulty. When I did get notice of the tot tax, I immediately researched it, got on board, and collected tot tax for the Santa Barbara County without hesitation. And as her dialogue represented, then they went back and wanted to do a retro analysis of 12 months when I was busy doing the laundry. But anyway, it seems fair, you know. If there's disabilities, I noticed in your program there's for assistance for disabled people, for parking, everything, and information. They do not have any assistance for disabled people. They expect me to go and figure out all that configuration of tot tax on my own, which I did not really have the resources to do that or to understand that. With the help of the tax department, I've created a asset for the county, which is basis for taxes for 300% on our own dime. The county is receiving 300% of what our normal property taxes would have been by following the tot tax, having our travelers pay the tot tax, and handing it to the county. So they are receiving 300% more in taxes now as a result of my efforts and my wife's efforts, and that is continue. We still do that. There was a case of up in from a hotel owner regarding the tot tax, where he contested the tot tax, and it okay, so the tot tax is a and again, I'm not into legal discourse, but having no knowledge does not immune you from the taxes. Okay, I understand that now. Whether for a public statute to be enforced, the offender needs to have knowledge, except for those that involve taxes. Okay, they make an exception for taxes. So it doesn't matter what information the client has or doesn't have, he is on the hook for the taxes. And so I appreciate that, I understand that, okay? But as a disabled American, how can I get the information so I know what to do? You know, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm a law-abiding, tax-paying resource for the county. And even though they are obligated to research and collect, I understand that in this case, some consideration should be made. I guess I've run out of steam. That's my point, and I hope you can take all of that under consideration. And as time moves on, there can be some gratitude on both parts. You know, the county and the community, they work together, okay? They work together. The county informs, the community complies. That has broken down on this particular issue. And now I am being victimized. In spite of the fact that I have a stellar record of paying $300,000 in taxes and more coming. So, again, I want harmony in our relationship. I'm getting on this level, on this issue, a pernicious fine. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Galt. So do board members have questions for staff or for Mr. Galt?
Oh, wait, you know what? I do have one more.
Would you get to come back and speak for 5 more minutes?
Okay, did I extend to 10 minutes?
Yes, you could. Then we'll take it off your 5-minute rebuttal.
Oh, so wait and
I suggest you wait, yes.
Okay,
Then
okay,
you'll
I'll
hear
wait.
all the things that are being said and you can come back and respond.
Yeah, I'll wait. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just wanted to ask what the interest rate is on the back taxes owed.
It is 0.5% a month. So it's, yeah,
So it's 5% or 0.5?
0.5%. So per month. So it's 6.2, so yeah, a year, yeah.
So that's your only question for now? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes. I guess I had some, so is this in the coastal zone? Is that, so how does it work with the permit? I mean, I know you guys aren't the planning department, but is this a permitted short-term rental, or is this an unpermitted short-term rental?
It,
Do we know that?
yeah, it is it is in the coastal zone.
Okay.
So it's not part of the homestay permit process.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. That's helpful. And then when we look at the number, the $25,623, do we back out the TOT tax? You know, if you collected $100, do we allow them to kind of recalculate what they were charging and then have that as part of the percentage? Like, if it was 12%, it'd need to be, I don't know, $89, and then the tax on top of that would get to the $100 amount. Are we allowing them to? Are we just doing it on top of what they've collected at this point? Does that make?
We take what they receive from the renter,
Okay.
and we apply the 12% off of that on that.
On top of that, even
Yeah.
though they didn't collect that.
Yes, because they will have like credit card fees taken out and commissions from the website taken out. So
Right.
that's not, it should be based on it's actually a tax. The renter is supposed to pay the tax.
Right.
So it's a tax on their base, the rent for them that they paid.
And in this case, did they use Airbnb or VRBO? Do we know which one?
VRBO.
And and they have a setting on there where the tax is actually collected and deposited to the not landlord, the owner? Is that how that's collected, or?
VRBO does not collect TOT for the operators and remit it to the county. There are some counties that VRBO does that for, but they do not do it for Santa Barbara County. And so it's the operator's responsibility to collect and remit TOT.
So if it's $100 a night, when the VRBO, I just want to make sure I understand this, $100 a night, and then when the tenant gets there, or the guest, then they're supposed to charge them they charge them an additional amount that night to pay that separately. That's carved out.
I don't know exactly how it works on the website, but yeah, they should be $112, right? A night is what
Okay,
the renter should pay.
right. I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, not that great at math. So 12%, so 25,623. What was the total amount they collected over that period that we did the review of?
County Council, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be.
Oh.
Should I give that amount? What their rent they collected?
County Council?
Madam Chair, members of the board, just so I'm understanding your question, so are you asking just?
I'm just trying to figure
that-
out,
because
I
that's the
guess I
total
could do it
tax?
backwards.
I was gonna say, you could do it backwards.
Okay,
and-
I'll
and
do
so
it
I
backwards.
think
Is
it's,
that easier?
rather than stating what the rent
Right.
is.
Okay.
That amount, I think, is 12% of the total amount they collected.
Okay. And then penalties, how are the penalties determined?
The penalty is 10% if they have 30 days to pay after the end of the month, and then between 31 days and 60 days, it's 10%. And if they pay 61 days and onward, it's 20%. Just a base one charge.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. I guess Supervisor Williams, did you have another question?
So the base amount of the arrears is how long in arrears?
Let's see. August 2019.
And what percentage of that amount in arrears has been paid?
None. No, he has been paying up, starting in December 2020. He started to remit, but nothing between August 2019 and November 2020.
So this entire amount is now still outstanding? And I had a question. So we got a complaint in November, and so we did send a letter in December, and we didn't get a response to that letter. That's
correct.
Okay.
Yes, it took. We had various attempts to contact him. He did respond a few times. And then, but then he did not respond at all, so we needed until about September. Yeah.
And do we have any policies for hardship on penalties? Is there any written policy on that?
No, we don't have the authority. Tax collector does not have the authority to waive penalty and interest in this matter.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other lights or questions, Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, I think that raises the question, would that be in your recommendation if you did? Or you've worked this case, we haven't. I'm just curious.
Me personally or the tax collector?
I would say the tax collector.
Chair Hartman, Supervisor Lavanino, it would be nice to have some flexibility with that. To be honest with you, there are certain circumstances where it'd be nice to be able to have a little judgment. I mean, property taxation, we have that. During the pandemic, we had broad authority, and we applied it to the TOT also, the broad authority from the executive order of the governor. But when that ended in May of 21, it went back to the ordinance, and that's how we applied it. And unfortunately, our hands are tied here. But I will say that there was nothing that Timothy, Galt said or did that led me to believe that he was not telling the truth. I really believe he did not know. It was an unfortunate situation, that's all.
Supervisor
So
Lavanita?
one last, so is there a payment plan option, or is it just, this is, you write the check and, or how's that work?
Sure. There is no payment plan option in the ordinance. And so once your finding, whatever that may be, is complete, then there'll be a certain period of time that can be paid without any further interest accruing on it. And then it will, if it remains unpaid, then interest will start accruing at 0.5% per month or 6% a year.
Well, these are difficult, and I know, I love the fact that, Harry, actually, that this is under your watch, because, you know, I know how much empathy you always have for folks, and very fair individual. Even when people owe us taxes, they come in and they always say nice things about your office, even though you're the ones kind of making, that they have to pay. Unfortunately, our ordinances are written in such a way that require these things. And honestly, I'm not leaning on more the notion that he didn't know, because then I just think we would have a situation where we would have everybody come in, maybe not as honest as Mr. Galt, and just say, oh, I didn't know, so, and you guys did this other one, so I didn't pay mine either. But I also feel that there's some wiggle room with some of the medical issues that he may have had. And I'm just curious, I know you don't have the authority to waive the penalty. Do we have the authority to waive the penalty? But still collect the TOT and the T-bid?
Supervisor Lavanino, I think the board does have some discretion on penalties. What I would recommend is that there be a discussion of the public benefit for that, and that we would need to make a finding. The concern is gift of public funds.
Right.
And so to do something different, we need to just have a public benefit for that decision.
Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, Mr. Gall, you're welcome to come back, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. With regards to the latitude that you referenced, the period of time that this omission was made was during the same time that the latitude of the COVID. That when we had very few people, and then all of a sudden COVID came and we were busy, just trying to get the home in order. And anyway, that was a busy time. At the end of that, as far as taking action on the dot tax, I didn't do anything on the penalties and stuff, but I immediately, when we got notified, got on board, collected, got it in gear. So no, I was very much in favor of being on the right side of the law. But again, it's a problem with the lack of communication between the tax office and the homeowner. I got a notice, okay? When I got the first notice from the taxing agency in November of 2020, I believe it was. Yeah, 2020, I got a notice and I immediately corrected it. Now, they could have had a notice sent a year earlier. I don't know. And I would have been doing it then. I don't know why they waited for a year and a half to do that. I'm a public taxpayer. I should have been given some information. There is on your agenda, access for information. If you need access for physical access or access for information, there's resources to do that. The tax office doesn't have that. The statute that allows this particular statute to have to be paid without knowledge by the payee. Okay, that is something that normally a well-run institution wouldn't do that. They would be informing people. They would be informing people. I never got any information until that letter came. I had no access that I was aware of how to research that. I was shut out. There's some public information that wasn't getting through for whatever reason. Of course they understand it in the tax department, but there needs to be some way of disseminating information appropriately. And it seems like there's a American with Disabilities Act that's supposed to correct those holes in information. I wish I was a little bit better at the organization of my thoughts and time. I try my best, so I really appreciate you hearing me out.
Supervisor Lavanino and then
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Oh, I'm sorry. Another question about, I thought you stated at some point there was tax collected and then there went a period where it went dark.
Yes, the beginning of the audit period, his house was managed by Paradise Retreats.
Okay.
And so they did remit the TOT. Yeah.
So just a question. So, I have a property that I have a renter on and I have a property manager and I get a statement every month. Didn't you get a statement from Paradise that says, hey, here's what you're charging per night?
Yes, I did. And
Here's what.
I believe they didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, did he pay that retroactively? Because I did have a statement and I think they didn't start collecting that or paying that until that ordinance was passed. You say there was one on the books in 1964.
Yeah.
But,
So, yeah, so.
there's some confusion there.
I got you.
Okay.
So Paradise had paid it though while he owned the property at some point. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I never saw that information.
If you would use the mic, because we
okay,
want to
sorry.
capture for the record. Thank you.
So the rest wasn't captured earlier?
No, we just turned off the podium mic and gave you this instead.
So I'm just curious, so Paradise collected the money for you from the people at state, correct?
Okay, let me clarify that.
Yeah, how'd that work?
was not quite right what Leanne said on the taxes. Verbo collects the taxes, okay? If they're notified, okay? Then they and the travelers pay Verbo. I get all that money and then I send
Disperse
the
it,
tax part for the tax part.
Yeah.
But Verbo collects the money.
So
But they don't send it in. They
Right.
give it to me and I have to deliver it.
what I'm more concerned about is, so at some point Paradise was running your,
I never got any information like that from Paradise at all.
you never got like a monthly?
I did, but it never had any tot tax on it.
Okay.
I believe that, again, that might have been a retroactive thing that Theo paid. And it was not on the statement, it was not on their books. He actually lobbied, I believe, in the election of whatever occurred then to, he solicited me, I don't know anything about that. But anyway, he was lobbying to, with regards to those issues. That's all I know.
Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Hart.
Well, just a couple questions. If you already explained this, forgive me. Where are you residing now?
Okay, we have a home in Santa Clarita. This is my primary residence. I vote in Santa Barbara, and I consider it and legally my residence. I've been there for 31 years. I've been crowded out a little bit because of the guests that we have, but it's my home, our home. And it's my, considered my primary residence. I vote here and I pay taxes here.
And can I ask you just why haven't you paid any that you were in arrears on? I mean, usually if I'm behind on a bill, you know, I try to pay part of it to let people know
Okay,
that
the first bill
I have good
got-
intentions.
Okay, I'll tell you why. The first bill I got from the end was $116,000. I don't know where she got that number. I'm not sure what her calculations entailed, but that was ridiculous. So from the very beginning, they came down very hard. And I did communicate with them. I did provide all the documentation and information that they requested. I did not resist. So we have been discussing those issues, and it's led to this. And again, taken out of context, yes, I've paid $300,000 willingly, 33 years. I don't have anything against the tax department. What I do have is a pernicious fine and a lack of information. There's something wrong with that.
And that figure that you're citing is over how many years'
You
time?
mean the 116,000?
No, the 330,000 that you're talking.
32 years.
Oh, you're talking about property tax over?
Yeah, property,
32.
I'm sorry, property taxes. I paid my property taxes to there for 33 years. Willingly. So your question was about why didn't I pay that right away? Well, there were some concerns.
Well, please let him finish up,
Supervisor Hart.
I just want to make sure I have the timeline right. So you had Paradise helping you operate your vacation rental for a period of time, and then you stopped, probably because you thought, I can do this more effectively, cheaper myself.
No.
And then you did it on your own, and in
No.
that gap period is when the TOT wasn't paid. Did it occur to you to Google, you know, what I need to know about operating a vacation rental, you or your wife, when you took over the operation of it yourselves?
Okay. This is the first time I've, okay, so we've had various configurations. We've rented it out for annual, long-term rent a number of times. Early in 2005, Graham Farrar and Sarah Farrar managed it as a short-term rental. Okay? I respect them. I think they know what they're doing. And there was no tot tax, even though it was past 1964. Okay, there was no tot tax, and they clearly said no. And I've added, they didn't say no tot tax, they just said there's no taxes. If you were in the city, you would have to pay taxes. So I did understand that. I understand that unincorporated Santa Barbara was not doing that. You could rent the house for whatever, no rules. So that was the first experience I had. We did long-term renting. And then with Theo Cracky on Paradise Retreat, again, we were just trying to float our boat.
Right.
Trying to find how we can do that. And, they managed the whole thing, and we just followed their instructions. And I believe, I could get the records, but there was no tot tax discussed. And I remember Theo solicited me like in November or something about something on the ballot or something, and I didn't pay attention to him. But I believe he did end up paying retroactively after that was passed. And I understand that now, So but at the time, I didn't know anything about it.
But my question.
Let me just finish that.
Yeah.
So you get the timeline. We dropped Paradise Retreats after the flood. We had people wanted to rent our house. We set it up. We did the long-term rental. Okay, they left a year later, and our boat was sinking. I just said, okay, let's get something going here, or else we'll lose the house.
Right.
Okay, so, and that's where I got in, and I was just doing the minimum. And then we kind of was very light for like 4 months. Then COVID came, and all of a sudden there's like overwhelmed with, you know, and I'm, you know, just there by myself doing that. So, you know, and then to Google it and then all of a sudden say I have a hotel. Never in my year of 33 years owning that did I think that was a hotel. I
But
get
what
property
about
taxes as a resident.
what about the words vacation rental? I mean, did you just Google vacation rental tips?
Okay, so I went on Verbo. Okay, someone said use Verbo. Okay, actually I called a media person that was one of our tenants way back earlier, and she does websites. And I said, what should I do? He said, well, just go to Verbo. Okay, so I did the minimal. I put some pictures in, put the address, I kind of put some money in there, rates, and that was it. I just, you know, I was not a operator. You know, I'm not going in as a big operator. I've learned to be an operator, but at the time, I was a homeowner treading water, and it wasn't all that slick. And I was paying taxes and all that. You know, that's the other thing. You guys were getting your money all the time, and I'm glad. That's why I was doing it. But I did not go into it like, I'm going to be a hotel operator. No, I just said, I don't want to lose my home.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, Mr. Galt, can you speak about what the financial impact of the penalty would have on you?
Well,
The $4,000.
Yeah, I think that's important for this board to hear that.
okay. Do you want to see my balance sheet?
No, you
or
just
anything? You
no,
know,
it's-
it will have an impact of significant income. You know, considering it's $25,000, and I would certainly think penalties and interest can be waived.
Okay.
Okay, and you know, again, I'm well versed in paying my taxes. I just think this. The reason I kind of have a hard time with this is, gosh, you haven't cared about Summerlin in 33 years. There's nothing going on here where the county's doing, and all of a sudden now they're interested.
All right, thank you, Mr. Galt.
Okay, I think that Supervisor Williams, did you have another question?
No.
Okay, so you may sit down, Mr. Galt. Thank you for,
Thank you for all of your patience. I appreciate it.
okay, thank you. I did have one question for staff. Was there anything you heard that you wanted to respond to? Okay.
No.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think that we're headed down a real dangerous road here. I mean, I think that 4 years ago, this was a very big topic of conversation. Every media outlet did articles on it. It was there was wars between neighbors over this, and I do not believe that the claim of lack of knowledge of a tax absolves you from paying a tax. I know many first-time homeowners who are shocked the first time they get a tax bill, and I could think that a lot of first-time homeowners would be unaware for various reasons of their tax bill, but they are not absolved of the necessity to pay it. And I think there's some things that we need to straighten out here. We tax short-term rentals, but we actually would rather not get that tax because you're renting out to a person who's a permanent resident. That is something that three of us have essentially voted on policy in the past and have articulated pretty clearly. And even some of the folks who voted against it might prefer home ownership or a long-term rental to a short-term rental. So we have to have a policy and uphold a policy that does not give preferential treatment to a short-term rental over someone owning the home and living there, right? So, you know, I generally believe that people who, you know, and in my, you know, sordid financial history, you know, can tell you that I have experience with paying bills and experiencing owing people for bills, and generally the way to signal clearly that you intend to pay them is to pay a partial amount. This has not taken place. That's a problem for me. I also believe that, and I have a text message from Theo Cracky, all Santa Barbara County coastal zone properties that we manage are required to register for a business license, and we collect and remit TOT for all reservations. So that, you know, so I'm not sure that number one, even if I believe that you are unaware, I'm not sure that I believe that you should have been unaware of it. And I think that it is important for us to stick to the law. And the law says that this is that you have to pay TOT. I think we do have discretion over the penalty, but I you know, to me, if someone in arrears had expected us to agree to a reduction in penalty, especially when they are making a lot of money on this property, that would, if someone expected a hardship penalty to be upheld by this board, they would have made some sign that they intended to pay the bill.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, and we're deliberating here, right? I mean, is that what we're going through? Okay. I do feel empathy for you, Mr. Galt, on your health issues and financial circumstances. That said, I think our task here is to make a determination based on the facts and the laws that we have in front of us, and it's pretty clear. And as Supervisor Williams mentioned, it's a pretty slippery slope if we use this board chambers and this dais to start to pick and choose which of our constituents that we're going to forgive taxes for. There's a lot of people in our community that have similar circumstances. I do the one part that I believe that we had discretion on or have discretion on was the penalties and interest. And I asked you a question on what the impact would be financially, because I was trying to figure out a route for us to make that finding, and I didn't hear that. I didn't see that there would be any public nexus. I was trying for any type of reduction in that. So I can't personally make any type of finding to have any reduction beyond the number that's been put forth from the treasurer tax collectors. So when we get to a motion, I would support the staff recommendation.
Supervisor Hart?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Madam
Yes.
Chair and members of the board, just a clarification for the record. Supervisor Williams mentioned a message that he'd received, and I just wanted the record to reflect that that would be considered part of his ex
An
parte.
ex parte communication.
Then I will disclose that. That didn't take place before the hearing. I heard repeated protestations about knowing anything about it, and therefore asked the question.
Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
Supervisor Levanino.
Aye.
And Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're now going to recess to close session. County Council, would you tell us what's in store for us at closed session?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. In closed session, the board will consider one case of existing litigation. It's Martha Gee versus Enterprise Auto Home Insurance and County of Santa Barbara. It's a Superior Court case. And labor negotiations. The employee organization is Santa Barbara County Fire. The agency designated representatives are CEO Mayasato and Human Resources Director Maria Elena de la Guerra. And the time estimate is 1 hour.
So we'll reconvene here about 1 o'clock. Afternoon. We're reconvening the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting April 5th here in the Santa Barbara Chambers. We've just returned from closed session. County Council, will you report out what we did at closed session, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items. One item of existing litigation, Gee versus Ameriprise Auto and Home Insurance and County Superior Court case, and labor negotiations for the Santa Barbara County firefighters. And the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. And turning to item number 3 on our departmental agenda, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an appeal filed by Jacqueline Aboud, applicant, of the Planning Commission's denial of the Hacienda Amador Homestay, case numbers 21 APL 33 and 21 HOM 5, and this is in the 3rd District.
Thank you. And first item is ex parte communications. Do board members have anything to report? Any outside research you've done? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Had a phone call, a Zoom call with CJ Jackson, where we talked about the appeal. Also had a meeting with Francis Romero, and this morning I drove by the property.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you. On March 28th, I had a meeting, I think it was in person. Yes, it was. Meeting in person with Francis Romero. And then on April 4th, yesterday, I had a phone call with CJ Jackson detailing out concerns that they had about the project.
Supervisor Williams?
Yesterday, I had a phone call, Zoom with Mr. Jackson, CJ Jackson, that is. And last week, a Zoom with the applicant's consultant, and previous to that, the applicant themselves had a Zoom a couple months ago. I'm just trying to nail down that date.
Supervisor Hart?
On March 22nd, I had a site visit with Francis Romero and Jackie Aboud. They showed the layout of the property and the relationship of the home to the neighbors. And then on April 1st, I had a Zoom meeting with CJ Jackson to talk about his cousin's concerns about the operation of the property next door.
Thank you. And I have a number of communications. I first spoke with Ingrid Jackson about the time her appeal went to the Planning Commission. Then I spoke with Ingrid and CJ Jackson on Zoom on March 22nd. I spoke with Francis Romero about why the homestay application should be approved on March 28th. I drove by the site and parked in the driveway and looked around to get the lay of the land on April 2nd. And I had several phone conversations with CJ Jackson over the past weekend talking about why this is a de novo review, why when an appellant prevails at the Planning Commission, they don't have standing at the Board of Supervisors, and what the timing of the item would be. And then I also reviewed the Hacienda Amador website. So those are the ex parte communications. We do have some documents, Madam Clerk, to be voted into the record.
Yes, Chair Hartman and members of the board, thank you. We do have a number of documents received after our noon deadline on Friday, April 1st, prior to our hearing today. And if the board wants to include them as a part of the record, a motion to do so would be required. First would be public comment from Ingrid Jackson, received Friday, April 1st, 1:34 p.m. Additionally, we received a letter from France Komorowski on Friday, April 1st at 1:46. Another letter from Ingrid Jackson on behalf of Cameron and Faye Amari on Friday, April 1st at 2:01 p.m. An additional letter from Ingrid Jackson on Friday, April 1st at 5:03. And lastly, a letter from Charles Jackson on Sunday, April 3rd at 8:23 p.m.
And Supervisor Williams?
I'll move that we put those documents into the record, but I also wanted to correct that the meeting with Francis Romero was March 21st, not the previous date that I enunciated.
Okay, and let me add, I was also looking at some of the social media pages in addition to the website for Hacienda Amador. So can I get a motion to?
So moved.
Second.
And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So we're on to staff presentation. Director Plowman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, as Ms. Alexander indicated, this is an appeal of the Planning Commission action to deny the request for the homestay. Today, we have Travis Seawards, Deputy Director, who's in the room and available to answer questions, and Ben Singer, who is the planner for the case. He is remote and will be making the presentation and will be available for questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Today I'm presenting the applicant appeal of the Planning Commission denial of the Hacienda Amador homestay. Next slide, please. The site location is shown here with the star. Also visible are the townships of Santa Ynez and Ballard in green, and Baseline Avenue, North Refugia Road, and in the upper right corner, you can see Highway 154. Next slide, please. A closer view of the 4.98 acre parcel is shown here, as well as North Refugia Road. Access to the project site is taken from Via La Selva, shown in orange, which is a private shared driveway off of North Refugio. Next slide, please. On January 12th, 2021, a complaint was submitted and a violation case was opened for an unpermitted homestay. On February 11th, 2021, the applicant submitted for a homestay permit, which was approved over the counter on the same day. Approval of that permit was appealed to the Planning Commission on February 22nd, 2021. The Planning Commission heard and denied the project on June 9th, 2021, and that action was appealed on June 22nd, 2021 to your board. Next slide, please. The proposed project is a homestay within 2 bedrooms of an existing single-family dwelling. Each bedroom would have a 2-guest limit, not including minor children. Parking is located on site, and the quiet hours would be from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. The area devoted to the homestay is highlighted in orange on this map, and the parking area you can see highlighted in blue. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the appellant in this case is also the applicant for the original homestay permit. They included 2 appeal issues related to the Planning Commission's denial of the homestay permit. For the first appeal issue, the applicant contends that the homestay does comply with all homestay requirements, and specifically the nuisance response plan requirements. The Planning Commission found the project inconsistent because the applicant had blocked the phone number of one of her neighbors. One of the requirements of the nuisance response plan is that the applicant is available by telephone on a 24-hour basis, and since she had blocked her neighbor, the Planning Commission found that the project did not meet the requirements. Next slide, please. For the second appeal issue, the applicant asserts that the proposed project is consistent with the Santa Ynez Valley Community Plan and is compatible with the neighborhood. The Planning Commission found that the project is inconsistent with the development pattern in the surrounding area and the rural character of the Santa Ynez Valley. Planning Commission found this because of the noise that a homestay generates from guests in their cars, as well as how close the homestay is to neighboring houses. Next slide, please. In summary, staff has forwarded the Planning Commission's decision as follows, which was deny the appeal, case number 21 APL 33, make the required findings for denial of the proposed project as specified in attachment 1 of the board agenda letter, including CEQA findings, determine that denial of the proposed project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guideline section 15270A, and deny de novo the proposed project, case number 21 HOM5. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board has. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any board members have questions of staff at this time? Seeing no lights, we will go to the applicant appellant and Ms. Romero.
This could be a challenge. I'm driving my own presentation for the first time in 2 years. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Chair Hartman, supervisors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Frances Romero, and I'm a senior planner with TW Land Planning and Development. My clients are Jackie Aboud and Carlos Aguirre. They're the applicants here today with us. We're requesting that you approve the appeal using the staff findings from the May 4th, 2021 hearing. The first slide is the front view of the portion of the home used for the homestay. And next slide. Wow. The two parcels are outlined in yellow are owned by the applicants. The parcel in the middle is owned by the Jackson family. And I believe Ben's already oriented you, so I'll move on. This slide shows a close-up of the two properties. And again, to give you some perception, they're equivalent each to the size of about 4 football fields. These are 5-acre properties. And the home of the appellant is 7,000 square feet, which consequently is the same size as our minimum size for a residential lot in this county. This slide shows you some topo about the site for those of you who didn't make it out. We've got a lot of fall across this site of about 56 feet from the top of where the house is down to Refugio Road. This also provides you a look if you weren't able to get out and see the property from on site. Supervisor Hart can attest to the workout one would get going from top to bottom. Need to cut to the chase due to the time limitations today. These are the PC findings for denial, and I'm going to go through each one of them and explain why you won't be able to make them today. Ms. Aboud represented herself at Planning Commission, and she clearly is not a land use consultant or a land use professional. There were many things that were said during the hearing that anybody that watched it, it was a bit of a mess. And to be really honest, she didn't make any corrections to the record when the Planning Commission was making some incorrect assumptions. So it's really no one's fault that these findings were made the way that they are. Hey, let's go through one at a time. Proximity to the neighboring dwellings. This is an Ag 1 zone property. And I'm just showing you the LUDC and what the requirements are for side yard setbacks. They're 20 feet. These properties where the buildings are built are 120 feet apart. And again, I like to use visuals. So from the front of the homestay to the garage of the Jackson family, it's 120 feet. From the front door of the proposed homestay to the property line, it's 74 feet. The width of the driveway where the homestay guests would park is actually 54 feet wide. And over on the right, you can see right there, let's see how this thing works. Oh, fantastic. You've got 3 vehicles. You could park 8 vehicles, but you don't really need to because you can only have a maximum of 4 adults in the homestay as proposed. At the top of the screen, you see the landscaping that is across from the front door of the homestay, adjacent to the property line. And at the bottom here, Ms. Aboud and Carlos have installed some privets to create some privacy and to also provide a block to the chicken coop over here on their neighbor's property. They also have a chicken coop in the back corner of their property that pre-existed when they bought the property. Also want to note that the driveway area there, to the right, there's as you can see in the picture over here, there's a 3-car garage situation, and the Aboud's master bedroom is on top of that garage area. So just to give you the setting, they're able to see what their homestay guests are doing at all times. Noise generating activities are governed by the LUDC, and I just want to remind you that 65 decibels or the existing ambient levels of noise, whichever is greater at the property line. That becomes important in the next slide when we talk about, well, what generates noise? Interesting enough, laying hens at their loudest generate 60 to 70 decibels of noise, and you've got laying hens on both sides of the property line on either parcel. Also, a typical conversation at 6 feet is 60 decibels. So I just want to kind of keep some of the real noises based on science in the back of your mind. The next slide does show you the chicken coop, and I know that Jackie has taken some heat for calling it a chicken palace. She made a cute name for it, and that seems to be problematic for some. We're still on the very first part of the findings for denial. And what do you do in a house? What do you folks do when you stay at a homestay? I've just provided some examples. And to believe that the noise generated by people staying in a house, sleeping in bedrooms, or barbecuing outside is at a level that can be disruptive to a neighbor, you have to believe that it's the equivalent to freeway traffic at 50 feet. This is a view from the property line looking at the front of the homestay, and the slides to the pictures to the right show the view from the front door of the homestay. This is the end of the homestay, and if you go around the corner, this is the porch that a homestay guest would enjoy. The photo to the top here, let's see, wrong button. You can see there's the property line across from the homestay. Number two, to make the findings, you have to believe that this home is somehow incompatible with its surroundings, and it's zoned Ag 1. Incompatible with surrounding area use, it's a residential use. We all went through the homestay hearings in one form or another, and the whole purpose of the code is to ensure that there is not an adverse impact on neighbors. Again, I'd like to remind you, this is a 7,000 square foot home with 7 beds, 7 baths. We're requesting 2 bedrooms, 2 baths to be part of a homestay under their roof, literally below their master bedroom area where they can constantly monitor their guests. Next slide, this is the floor plan, and what you have are 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on the front portion of the homestay. So that is what type of rooms are facing the neighbor. The Airbnb listing is in front of you right now. Since the appeal and the denial, Ms. Abood has removed the ability for people to come with their pets. However, she does still need to allow service animals on the property. Guests are met at the gate. They are not provided the remote code for access. However, it would appear that some of the many people who go to the neighbor's home do have the gate code. Ms. Abood is trying to she doesn't let that out to any of the homestay guests. Also, there have been complaints about her sign. Her sign is very similar to most every other ranch in the area. But then when you talk about out of character with the area, I did a public records request for a 42-month period of time to find out how many people have applied for homestays in Santa Ynez only. 56 permit applications were submitted, 41 with unique addresses. Only 1 has been appealed. It's before you today. 24 of the homestay permits are west of San Marcos Pass Road. 12 are on or near Refugio Road. My client's property is in the letter A circled in gold. Now, if we say that that's too big of an area to be compatible with the character of a neighborhood, I went ahead and did a close-up for everybody. And within 0.4 miles of A, there are 4 other homes that have functioned as homestays. But then when we look at what's actually happening in San Ynez, if you go on Airbnb today, as we all can, and we zoom in and zoom out, you can come up, I came up with 71 Airbnbs west of San Marcos Pass Road. I come up with over 100 if I just do San Ynez. And they're for a variety of things, full, complete houses, homestays, trailers. But in 2021, there were only 9 applications for homestays. To believe that the homestay use is inconsistent with the requirements of the San Ynez Valley Community Plan and the rural character requires you to find that the 3 things we've just discussed don't matter, and I personally think that they do. The nuisance response plan, there's been a lot said about that. Jackie, by her own admission, told her neighbor that she blocked her for a couple of weeks while she was frustrated, and then she unblocked her. So at the time that she sent out her postcards, there was no block on her phone, and because Ms. Abood didn't speak up during the hearing, that was folded into the findings. So it's just not true. We request your approval today of the homestay application. Yes, the applicant has made some mistakes. They've been corrected. This permit is annually renewable and it can be revoked. You guys are in the driver's seat. This appeal has taken 14 months for a 12-month permit. We ask that you'd adopt the findings for approval that are included in the Planning Commission staff report dated 5/4. Staff did a full and complete analysis for consistency, found this project to be consistent with the code, and we are available here today. My client has paid a very high price for not knowing the rules. Who of us knows the 725 pages in the LUDC? I do this for a living and I don't. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So do we have any questions? Supervisor Williams.
So I guess this is mostly a question of staff, but I invite you to respond to if you wish. It seems like a lot of this matter is related to past violations. So I just want to understand what the timeline was on past violations and then maybe give you a chance to respond to ensure that there are not additional violations if the permit was approved. And I guess my question is to try to understand, because it's unfortunately we have to determine if there is a right to do it there, but also that seems to be at least peripherally related to whether these violations continued willfully, and I'd like to understand that.
Sure, Chair Hartman and supervisors, thank you. There has been a history of violations. There has been like unpermitted craft fairs, and there was homestay but without a permit. And Mr. Singer, if you can think of anything else to add to this for the violations.
Yes, there was a violation in 2019 related to hosting a homestay that was cleared up, I believe, either later that year or in 2020. I don't remember the exact date. As mentioned, there was a violation submitted for the homestay prior to the submittal of the permit. It included both the homestay, having some events, and I believe the use of the barn on site as more commercial space than is allowed. That specific violation case remains open, though the violation has been abated. It's been kept open for accounting purposes, but having discussed with the enforcement branch of planning development, the violation related to that is abated.
And if I'm correct, so the rules state you can have your own party, but you can't have a commercial event party. Essentially, that's and do we, I guess, what is the time gap here? How long after the violation do we think that there's been continued to be commercial activity there?
I would say that occurred off and on over a 6-month period, maybe.
6-month period.
I don't have the exact. Mr. Singer, do you have the exact dates of?
I don't have exact dates. The violation was submitted in January of 2021. As recently as October of 2021, there was an event hosted. It was submitted as part of violation. The same violation case was used for that, and it had some commercial elements, some charity elements, but did not qualify as a charitable event for the purposes of planning development.
Got it.
So those are all your questions?
I'm chewing on it a little bit more, but yeah.
Chair Hartman, may I respond to
Yes.
Supervisor Williams? Supervisor Williams, I know that the term commercial has been thrown around quite a bit around this property. Ms. Aboud has stated that she has not accepted rent or remuneration for anything that has occurred on her site. She's guilty of poorly wording her Facebook posters. That's what she's guilty of. When people have come to her home for a fundraiser, they make the check out directly to the nonprofit, and we submitted a couple of letters from nonprofits who have been the beneficiary of funds that have been raised. She has paid for the food. She's paid for any expenses associated with hosting a nonprofit. In October, she had a Dia de la Muerta celebration at her home for some seniors, mostly in their 80s. They were raising money for a sister city project in Puerto Vallarta. And they were there from like 1 to 5 in the afternoon. If we're at the point in life where a homeowner cannot have a group of senior citizens to their home, and raise money for a charity and not take any rent and not charge anybody for any of the food or drink that are provided, I'm at a bit of a loss. She has had other charity events at her home. And you know what? Your normal homeowner doesn't say, oh, I want to raise money for the Teddy Bear Cancer Fund. Let me go to the LUDC and figure out whether or not I can do this at my house. I have a 5-acre ranch, and I have an area that's down by the road, by Refugio Road, that is away from everybody, where I can have people come in, we can have a barbecue, we can have some music, and people can write a check to a charity. I mean, this is what she's guilty of. I think she's done a very poor job of communicating, and when I took her on as a client a few months ago, we definitely had some issues learning how to communicate because I'm used to dealing with developers and people that do this for a living. And I've been frustrated by her, and she's my client. But I've taken the time to ask the next question and ask the next question to make sure that we've got the truth of what's going on. She's had four fundraisers. Now, what did she do at Christmas time? She invited 3 friends over to her home. They set up 10 by 10 pop-ups by her barn. They weren't even in the barn. And they sold stuff. One of them sold stuff she had bought at an estate and was reselling. Another elderly woman recycles, for most of us would be considered junk, but she turns them into altars. Jackie had some of her things, and another couple had some items. They did that for 2 days. Jackie donated 10% of all of her proceeds back to a nonprofit. She now understands she can't do something like that. That was the other thing she was guilty of. It's the same as 2 weekends ago when she sent me a poster and said, can somebody do this? I said, no. You know, you've got people that are literally converting their horse barns into retail spaces and selling things out of their stalls, multiple people and vendors. And like I said, she had 3 other friends over at her house at something that most people would consider a bit of a yard sale. I mean, I'm guilty of going to a girlfriend's house that's got a good location to sell my stuff. So those are the things that she's done. I hope today that you can see you're dealing with someone that really just doesn't know the code. She had no idea. Every time she's gotten a call from code compliance, she's attempted to correct it. There have been multiple calls. It's been very costly for her. Code compliance is a $256 an hour exercise, whether you're willful and knowing or not. Quite frankly, some of the things she's done, if she was really trying to work the system, she would have never gotten caught, but she simply didn't know any better.
So, what I'm gathering from that is that you maintain that only one of the group events was an actual violation. The others were non-profit events that are
to my
poorly
knowledge,
understood.
all of the 4 large parties that she had, the Teddy Bear Cancer Fund for Teddy Bear, the Wani water thing, thank you, in Africa, the Puerto Vallarta Sister City, and I believe there might be one other that I haven't lived this. I've been working for her for a couple months trying to piece together what went wrong. If she hasn't taken any money for an event to happen at her house, by definition, and she's giving the money, the proceeds are going straight to a nonprofit, there's no way it can be a commercial event. So I would contend that there have been some poor communication and some misunderstandings, and it would be great for everyone to understand that that is separate from the homestay. And I realize that we like to say if somebody can't do one thing well, they probably can't do something else well. She is guilty of not knowing what the code is, but I dare to say after our time together and the bills she's paid for me, she should be getting it.
So I just wanted staff any response. I mean, nonprofit events, as I understand it, are not covered as a commercial event. So was there just an error made on the transactions that makes it a violation, or is it just unclear how many of these are actual violations?
Supervisor Williams. I personally can remember the enforcement issue being based on a poster where it said only 10% of the profits would go to the charity, and so that is what I believe enforcement made their violation on that event. I can't speak. I think it's hard to find out if someone took money for an event they're having at their house. But I do recall the one poster where it was very clear that this was not a 100% charitable event.
And that would be the Christmas market. I totally agree that was improperly done. And but again, she didn't have people in her barn; they were outside. And then I guess the only other thing is that, well, anyway, thank you so much.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. You know, the appeal issues that I'm reading from the Planning Commission, I'm struggling with them, but there is something here on community plan and neighborhood compatibility, and it's not something that's been brought up by some of the past appellants or by staff, but homestay, guest ranch. What about this project, you know, that makes it the homestay category, not a guest ranch category? Because I do think some of the pictures in the record make it seem kind of consistent with guest ranch. You know, where's the comfort level? At what point does it stop being homestay and becomes a guest ranch? What are our abilities in the future if it turns into a guest ranch to claw back and maybe revoke the homestay? Because I think that's where this project's kind of teetering on, is what I'm seeing. So can you help me with that at all?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson. So a homestay has a requirement that there's an owner-occupier. So the owner is either on the property or a long-term renter is on the property with the renters that are using the facility. So they use a few rooms and there's a maximum number of people, et cetera. And then it's a 1-year permit. So I think, you know, I can see why there might be some confusion about that. And I don't know off the top of my head about how the guest ranches are operated in this community. Like I can think of maybe Zalca Mesa or something like that. But I don't have the details of that. But there are prescribed standards that somebody applying for a homestay has to abide by. And they're limiting, right? So that it keeps the potential for land use conflicts to a lower level, right? And it's a ministerial permit that we grant if they can meet those standards. If you were doing a guest ranch, that would require a discretionary permit. There would be more conditions, et cetera.
And I guess that's where I'm getting to. I don't know what the difference between this project is and a guest ranch, you know, because I do think there's some guest ranch type activities there. And so if I'm the neighbor, I would be saying, hey, wait a second, if this is a guest ranch, then it needs to go through a discretionary process. If it's just a homestay, then we're right on the right pathway, and I'm really comfortable where we're at. But as a neighbor, when it turns into a guest ranch, how do they raise their hand and say, wait a second, they're operating outside their permit? And that's not clear to me as a decision maker right now on this project, on how I would know the difference.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, so I think a guest ranch, you would also be renting it to more than one person at a time, right? So you'll have multiple rooms, multiple guests. We're going to get you the definition of it, but that's generally how you would separate them too. Like an Airbnb, something that you would have as a homestay, it's one family or group at a time. So that's probably another a line between the guest ranch and a homestay.
Okay, that's where I'm struggling with, and I'm trying to make a decision on where I'm going to come down on this project. I obviously got to hear from public comment and my colleagues, but that's really where I'm at for everybody's knowledge.
Supervisor Lavanito.
Thank you. I just have a question about, for staff, it's about, so these are yearly permits. And this doesn't sound like, this is going to be a history of neighborly disagreements over what's allowed, what's not allowed, or this is too loud, or so I don't, whether this project gets approved or not, I don't think that's just going to clear the air between everybody. So there's going to be a history of complaints. What is the threshold for you to take a look at next year when it's time to renew? Let's say this gets approved. What is the threshold to determine whether or not we move forward with renewing somebody's homestay permit?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lovanino, so what we would do is we would analyze what's being proposed, determine whether or not it meets the standards, and also determine whether or not there are any violations that are occurring on the property, because we cannot approve a homestay permit if they have ongoing violations. And so we would be, over the year, we would know whether there were violations happening and whether or not we had to issue NODs and then fine them.
Right. So, and this is always the struggle I think everybody has with, it's just the nature of the way things are, is that generally activities or something either occur at night or during the weekends, and then by the time they get a hold of planning and development, you guys go out there, then you're like, we don't see anything. And they're like, no, they had this thing going on. So I understand what the struggle is, and it's, unfortunately, it's just one of these neighbor things that is not going to go away. But I do think, so, I mean, just going through the checklist right now, I just want to make sure. So the animals issue, the spa issue, the trailer issue, and the events, those are pretty much, let me just give that to you again. So I just want to make sure. So the animal issue, the spa issue, the trailer issue, the events, as far as staff is concerned, that's cleared up. We're all okay with that.
Supervisor Lovanino through the chair, that's my
signage.
Understanding.
Okay,
yes.
so we're down to noise and really setbacks. And what is the requirement? I know Mr. Merrow showed, what the distance is, but could there be activity within that 75-foot if they wanted to? I mean, what is the requirement?
Yeah. Supervisor Lovanino through the chair. So setbacks really are for structural development.
Okay.
So you can
So activity, you can be right up on the property line.
You could be.
Okay.
That's correct.
But it's just not supposed to exceed 65 decibels. Okay. I have to put in my editorial now. I thought homestays were going to fix our whole short-term rental problem because the person was going to be there. But I guess that didn't happen. But anyways, all right, that's my editorial. Okay. Yes. Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Williams?
So that if any of these violations occurred again, that would be grounds for non-renewal.
So Supervisor Williams through the chair. So the permit can be, I believe it's correct, that can be revoked if there are violations that continue on into the future. So the applicant or appellant in this case understands that, and so we will, I'm sure, be made aware if there are violations that are occurring and we don't have somebody living in the home, which would be a violation of the permit, the permanent resident, or they're having events that are not suitable for that particular use and don't qualify as a temporary event that is separate from the homestay. So we would be advised, I feel confident that the neighbors would share with the enforcement team something that was happening that's outside the boundaries of what the homestay permit allows.
Have we ever revoked a permit?
Madam Chair, that's a very good question, and I'm going to have to ask my enforcement staff and get back to you.
Great. And again, I think Supervisor Lovanino was pointing towards this, but exactly what is the threshold? They get some kind of hearing, I assume, or what is actually involved? And if they're doing events and they don't have an event permit, but it's a homestay, would they lose the homestay, or would you say that's in a separate silo?
So, Madam Chair, I would say, you have a homestay permit if you're operating your homestay permit within the bounds of the permit requirements and the code requirements. That is a separate thing than a temporary event. but they have to qualify for a temporary event, and there are standards in our code that explain what a temporary event is.
Okay. And I had a couple of questions too. What is Mrs. Booth's profession? I read that it was property manager, real estate.
She's a property manager, which is very different from land use. She collects rents and she organizes contractors to repair things in a home.
And does she own or manage any other homestays or farm stays?
She doesn't have any farm stays and she doesn't have any other homestays.
And this goes a bit to the kinds of activities that were there. This property is held as a limited liability corporation and was acquired as a 1031 exchange, is that correct? So that there's some incentive to for business purposes?
It was not a 1031 exchange, and although I feel a little unfortunate that we need to have this discussion, Ms. Abood had a father who was a child of the Depression who saved, and she came to Santa Barbara to care for him about 2005, I believe, with her 5-year-old son. She was a single mother, a widow. She took care of her father, who had severe PTSD through his elderly years. When he passed, she inherited some funds and she purchased the home. It was her first home that she'd ever purchased. And she holds it as an LLC because she's a smart businesswoman. Why would you want to have people coming to your home for a homestay and have all of your personal assets available in the event that something unfortunate happened? An LLC is a liability management tool. So for those who have said that because she has an LLC, she somehow intended to make this a frontier land or something of that sort and some commercial activity, is, people hold their property in family trusts, and we don't question that either. It's a planning tool. And the other thing about this whole commercial idea, I've heard the term that used multiple times by staff that she was operating a spa. She was not. Do we want to know why staff jumped to spa? Jackie put a business card for a woman who does spa services in the San Ynez Valley on her Airbnb ad, being what she thought was a nice person, so that if someone came to stay at her place as a homestay, they could also see, oh, this is somebody that's being endorsed as having a spa. And the person could then call that person and go get spa services. She wasn't operating a spa at her home. A lot of these claims have been very spun up, and I mean, any reasonable person wouldn't consider that rising to the level of her operating a spa.
Thank you.
Madam
Director
Chair,
Plowman.
just to get back to you, my staff has indicated that we have not yet revoked a permit or not renewed one as well.
So it's
to our knowledge.
uncharted territory for us, and we're not exactly sure what the legal requirements would be or how that would unfold.
Well, we do have it laid out in our code, how we would, what steps are required for that. It's a director action to revoke the land use permit, and then that's something that can be appealed.
Thank you. So at least in our staff report, it said that there were 4 notices of violations. Were there ever any fines levied associated with those violations?
Madam Chair, I do not think there were. I think the operator, owner of the property, corrected.
And then it was operated as a homestay starting in what year?
Okay, to be clear, we can go back to the incorrect assumptions that the Planning Commission made that Brett Jones had somehow counseled with Jackie regards to the homestay. He did not. He was called in to talk with her about the barn that had an apartment in it. The apartment was in there when she purchased it. It was fully improved with kitchen facilities, and it was clear that the prior owner had been renting that structure out. I don't know whether it was long or short term, but Jackie still receives mail to this day at that location. She received a violation for the apartment in the barn. She investigated whether or not she could afford to make that apartment legal for purposes of doing any type of apartment, and that's when she consulted Brett Jones. It was cost prohibitive to do it, so she pulled out the improvements that made it into a habitable structure. It is now just there to hang out with the animals or to stay the night if there's a sick horse or something. So then we move forward to your question about the homestay. She was paying TOT and she started doing a homestay. She did not know she needed a permit to do a homestay under her roof. Her frame of reference, she came into purchasing the property after all of the hearings. We had gone through the 2 years of the special event, then we went through 2 years of the homestay. And top of mind for her was taking care of and raising her son and taking care of her elderly ailing father. So she had no clue that she needed the permit.
So for what years were TOT certificates issued?
I believe 2019, 2020, and 2021.
And was she ever audited?
Yes, she was.
Were there ever any results associated with the audit?
I believe she missed 1 or 2 stays because at the time she was operating on 2 platforms, which makes it more challenging to do your bookkeeping. She was on Airbnb and VRBO. She now only lists on Airbnb.
Okay, that's all my questions. So seeing no more lights up here, could we turn to public comment? Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, we have 7 requests to speak on this item. And if you are a member of the public and have signed up to provide comments virtually via Zoom, please log in now to do so. We will begin on Zoom with William Jackson, and then we will return to the Santa Barbara hearing room for Ingrid Jackson. William?
Am I available? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and the Board of Supervisors. I'm here to give some background information. I was reading Ms. Romero's report, and a couple of things she needs to have corrected. The appellants don't have access from their view of their house to the backyard. And I noticed that in all the distances taken from her report, not one discussed the different distance from the party area, the sitting area that was been put in for the people to stay and where their activities are when they're in the backyard, which is 70 feet from our house, rather than the distance. Also, the consistency of this project to the other ones within the adjoining area. The question to her is, were any of the other homestays that are approved in a private gated road, or are they easily accessed? That goes to compatibility. How's the dynamics? Do those proximities and dynamics of those properties look like ours? I think, as everybody knows in real estate, location, location, location. And this isn't the correct location to have that type of activity. As she goes on to, the noise thing. Yes, I did take some readings. I've got some that exceeded during the time frame of the day. The noise was over 70, I think 80. I've given those to my wife. Those were done in May and April of last year. One of the other things to note on the floor plan, the part that's being rented or expected to be rented is the old part of the Don Spears house that is mainly, I think there's just a corridor between it and the other part of the facilities. A couple other items I wanted to note is that this is owned by a corporation. Plain and simple. It's not a planning tool. A corporation versus a trust, which Mrs. Romero brought up. A trust is a contract. LLC is a corporation. It's only disregarded for tax purposes. So part of the reason to have it in there is for tax purposes. She's fighting very hard to make this homestay, which I believe she's applying for it, but it should be the corporation, is I believe who applied for it originally. So the question is this, are homestays part of a corporation structure in the county that corporations can therefore staff homes and create sort of pseudo hotels within the valley? Again, I don't think this project is compatible with the neighborhood. And I think there's enough neighbors that have voiced that, and I don't think it's any way equal to the other projects that have been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
We will now return to the Santa Barbara hearing room for Ingrid Jackson, to be followed by Greg Fanning. Ingrid?
Before I begin, I've got some documents. Would you like them now, or would you like them after I finish?
You can give them to the clerk.
Okay.
And speak loudly into the mic so we can hear you.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, I will ask County Council. Thank you. And County Council, asking about, Supervisor Nelson raises a question about, do we need to vote this in the record or?
Madam Chair, members of the board, yes, we do need to vote it into the record, and we were just talking about the copies, whether we need to take a break and make some copies. So, okay, so that would be my. Well, what we could do.
Take a 5-minute break?
Let's just take a 5-minute break and then we'll figure it out.
After a short break, we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting of April 5th. And we need some guidance from County Council on how to handle this late document for the record.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and I'm just seeing it for the first time too. If you would like to consider this as part of the record, my recommendation would be that you allow time for the applicant to review and then respond as part of the rebuttal. And then you'd need to vote it in for a fifth vote.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Honestly, Madam Chair, this is a lot to get at the meeting. I mean, commonly we'll bring in an email or something at the last minute. Can't somebody just refer to something in their public comment without us bringing it into the record and us reviewing it? Because I honestly, unless I go into my office and sit down for the next half hour, I'm not going to know what's in this thing.
Madam Chair, members of the board, so it's divided into 3 parts. So there's the first 2 pages, which probably would be fairly easy to review. This longer document, I'm not sure what it is. But to answer your question, yes, through testimony, you could receive this information without accepting this as part of the record, and then you would not need to take that break or vote this into the record.
Supervisor Williams?
Then I would make the motion to enter these into the record, but not this into the record. It is a late hit, so.
I would second that. That's exactly what I was thinking as well.
Okay. Supervisor Hart, did you have something to add? Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Madam Chair, members of the board, just for anyone that's watching remotely, there were 2 documents, 1 page each, that was just voted in, and then there's a longer document that was not voted in, and those are all available online.
Okay, and so we're resuming public comment, and Ms. Jackson, and I think you fully understood that you can refer to some of the items. Okay.
I am going to ask, I see the clock has gone down. Should I keep my own time or?
Can you, let's just start at 3 and make it. There you go.
Thank you. Chairman Hartman and the board, my name's Ingrid Jackson. My husband and I have lived at 2701 Villa La Selva for 30 years and raised 3 great kids there. 27 of those years were happy and harmonious with neighbors in a secure gated community. That ended when Hacienda Amador LLC occupied the property and began engaging in commercial activities. First, strangers coming and going and staying in their illegal short-term rental in the barn before getting shut down by the county. The operation moved to the upper part of their property, only feet from our home, and continued illegally without a permit. It's in the file. The homestay ordinance requires that a permit be applied for and obtained before the renting begins. Appellant didn't bother. The rentals continued through the COVID-19 shutdown order. Appellant ignored it. Rental was to cease during the appeal. Appellant continued. A host of farm stay activities continued as evidenced in the file. With this illegal homestay came a constant stream of strangers, noise, and commotion, destroying the serenity we've had for 3 decades. Imagine the alarm of finding people loitering outside your home after 10 p.m. and vacationers constantly invading your space with their vehicles, persons, and loose dogs. Music blaring from morning to night, sometimes 24/7 for days on end, and other nuisances in the planning department's file. I brought the sample decibel reading for your review. We too are land use novices. We didn't know we needed to take decibel readings on a daily basis. As neighbors began complaining, the activities shifted, but they continued to be commercial activities that aren't permitted by the county code. It's not our obligation to sacrifice our right to quiet enjoyment of our home for the financial gain of a neighbor. As far as that postcard, we never received one. Ms. Aboud presents herself as someone naive about county rules. Yet she holds herself out as property manager, and a real estate professional on LinkedIn, has bought and sold many commercial and residential properties, is a member of numerous LLCs, family trusts, and partnerships, and other legal entities in that brick of documents that lies before you, sometimes in conjunction with her lawyer, Rob Eganoff. Despite Ms. Aboud's attempts to explain away her many repeated violations of county rules and regulations, this is not her first rodeo. She knows what she's doing, and so do you. There's a valid reason why guest ranches, dude ranches, and short-term rentals are not allowed in Ag 1 zones like this. While homestays are sometimes permitted, this is not the typical homestay envisioned by the board. This is not a home or personal residence of an applicant, but rather a business owned by a corporation. It is still advertised as a farm stay and ranch stay. The Planning Commission heard and considered all of the evidence. The commissioners made site visits, saw dynamics with their own eyes. They heard the audio, reviewed the documentation, examined the measurements, viewed photographic evidence, examined and cross-examined witnesses at the hearing. There is absolutely no reason their decision should be reversed. For all these reasons, I respectfully request that you deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you. I'm happy to answer
And that
questions
is your
if
time.
you have any.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
We will now go to Greg Fanning, to be followed by Richard Crutchfield. Greg?
Good afternoon. I'm here for the Jacksons. Been in the Valley, San Ynez, since 1976. Our kids have gone through Los Olivos School together, high school, Lucky Clover 4-H, camping at the fair. Bill and I have taken care of the soccer fields for way too many years at San Ynez School for the soccer programs. Go Soccer Moms anyway, so it was always fun doing that. I'm in thoroughbred business, ranching, farming. As far as the noise level with animals, people don't realize as they come up, they're not associated with animals all the time, and it does bother them, noise. Traffic, people talking loud, late, music playing. All these do change the animals' moods. I've been down Refugio Road where their property is, and there's been events there. The road is made for a car going each way. There's really no shoulder except for dirt, and people are parking along the property there, both sides of the driveway, gated driveway. They're pulling in, they're backing out late at night. I've personally seen drinking, trash left over the next morning early, and cars left there, parked overnight. When you're pulling trailers with horses or equipment, and you see people trying to back out at night, or even pulling in during the day when they're trying to all line up along the road, it is very concerning. And as far as that goes back to the animals and stuff, a lot of people don't understand when you do have farming and ranching, that the noise and traffic, it's hard on the owners and it's hard on the animals. And thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Richard Crutchfield, to be followed by Miguel Avila. Richard?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm Richard Crutchfield. A decade ago, I co-chaired the San Ynez Valley Blueprint with Susie Poles, who kept the train on the tracks. 40 of us met for 2 years. It became clear that we love where we live and we value our neighbors. In the blueprint, we carefully separated communities. Buellton Flats is an example of this, how we separated Buellton and Solvang. We carefully avoided 1,000 Oaks North occurring here in the valley. This carried over to separation of residential and commercial uses. I admire the enterprise of the applicant in this matter. But if someone wants to drop a commercial enterprise in the middle of a residential neighborhood, they're in the wrong valley. I invite the applicant to follow the statutes that apply to their property and enjoy the tranquility and beauty of the valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Miguel Avila to be followed by CJ Jackson, who is our final speaker. Miguel?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Miguel Avila. 49 years of living in paradise, and 49 years actually involved in the community, in dating back to Sister Cities, 1973, when it got started at the El Paseo restaurant. And I've been involved with dozens of nonprofits. I'm here to speak in behalf of Ms. Jacqueline Aboud, who I've known for 12, maybe more than 12 years. Knowing her with all of my community involvement has been nothing but a great reward. I've been very fortunate to know her, and I think that everyone who has known her, who has come in contact with her, I consider them fortunate to be somehow involved in a friendship or even neighbors or anyone who comes in contact with her. I consider them very lucky and very fortunate. So that's why I'm here to speak in her behalf. She's a great person, great human being with great integrity. I've been to some of these events that have been mentioned, who some of the speakers have mentioned that, or possibly complain about them, about noise or whatever. I'm involved in actually all of those 4 events that they talk about that took place at her property. Nothing commercial took place in there. I'm a witness. I was there as a recipient because I'm president of the organization that does water wells in Kenya, Friends of One in Kenya. She did one of those events for us. Nothing of this wild noise or whatever bothering the neighbors, bothering the animals. None of that took place. No commercial. There were things that, yes, were sold or whatever to the benefit of the nonprofit. We bring things from Kenya when we go that all of these members of Kenya create, like crafts, arts and crafts. We bring them with us to sell them here in California and Santa Barbara and send them the money back to them to help them for them to help themselves with the money. But that's to the extent of the commercial that is being mentioned here. I'm a witness, and I know because I was there at all 4 events. I've been related to Sister Cities many years. One or 2 of those events were for Sister Cities. I was there. Anyway, so I would need probably an hour to talk about all the attributes and the great things and what a great human being Ms. Jackie Aboud is and what a great asset to the community in Santa Ynez, anywhere, whatever she lives. That's pretty much what I can tell you. And she has written big, nice, fat checks to all these nonprofits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to CJ Jackson, who is our final speaker.
Chairman Hartman, Board Supervisors, my name is Charles C.J. Jackson. I have a feeling I'm going to be the skunk at the garden party. I'm going to apologize in advance. But in San Ynez Valley, land use is a full contact sport. And sometimes you have to take responsibility for the actions, and you have to bear the brunt of the burdens that you pose. Sadly, Ms. Aboud is a wonderful person, and quite frankly, she is a tremendous marketer on social media, and you should hire her to manage the county. However, that being said, I wrote you a letter in which I gave you 8 items requesting denial of this permit. The first being that your planning commission held a properly noticed fair hearing and arrived at a unanimous denial. My biggest concern right here is what has been talked about. I don't know how this puppy works. I'm not getting it. Well, I just want the light on the, there we go. Oh, did I push the wrong? Okay. This is a little difficult here, but the area where, there's only one area where you can give your guests at a homestay here a place to eat, party, and be outside. And it's within 70 feet of the neighbors. So I would ask you to think, on a school night, a conversation going well into midnight, et cetera, that's a burden. So what you have here is a question about not just the homestay itself, but how has this homestay been managed over the course of the better part of 3 years? The first year, of course, it was managed without benefit of your permit. You have a list of violations. How did those violations get to the planning department? The neighbors had to turn it in. That's a problem. You're not supposed to have an obligation to turn in your neighbors on these abuses. As I look at all of the elements here, the question is, as practiced by Hacienda Amador, is this a benign use of surplus bedrooms, or is it a commercial enterprise? The reason you ask is it's a commercial enterprise is if any of you have seen the copious social media presentations, and there was a discussion about a guest ranch. I guarantee I know more about guest ranches than most of the people in this room. I also know about dude ranches. This property has been marketed as a farm stay. And the neighbors have to respond to what's in front of them. And so when you market it with a gift shop, with a petting zoo, with a spa, with a dude ranch, or you move 5 airstreams onto the property adjoining, which was on the front of News Hawk and the Independent when someone else wanted to use that as a glamping experience. So the neighbors have to defend their property. They react to what they see as being marketed, and then they look at what's going on the property. So
And that is your time, Mr.
And so I will
Jackson.
answer any questions about those subjects, or I thank you. Please, I recommend denial.
I would like to ask just one question. Could you summarize quickly how you see this as being incompatible?
Mrs. Romero spoke, or Ms. Romero spoke about 43 other homestays in San Ynez Valley. The difference between those homestays, almost to the letter, is that they possess a greater buffer between the homestay activities and their neighbors. This one, I believe, holds the record for the shortest distance in between. And so the problem is, if you have an obligation under your ordinance to be compatible and not adversely impact the surrounding properties, this is a challenge when they're so close. And I believe that presents a problem. You have other homestays who are dutifully following your rules. They shut things down at 10 o'clock. They manage their animals. They manage their clients so that people aren't walking through having the type of burdens that have been posed. If the standard of the homestay permit were granted a year ago, this would already be done. Because you have these violations, they have been brought up, they have been complained. Now, unfortunately, these two neighbors don't get along. I wish that weren't the case. I wish I weren't the skunk at the garden party. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other? Okay.
Supervisor Hart.
Mr. Jackson, I did have a question. I wasn't sure what you were talking about the Airstream trailers.
During the permitting, the unpermitted phase, and then there was the point where they got the permit, and then there was appealed. 4 Airstreams were delivered to the far lot. Another was delivered to the front side. I have no idea what they were used for, but if you had looked at Newshawk or looked at the Independent, you would have seen that's a viable use under the farm stay ordinance that was under consideration by you for a glamping experience. So again, if you're watching your own property, you're watching what's going on, you look at their advertising and you wonder, I've got to step up and protect my property because this is what's going on. The problem with the farm stay is there's no ag product and there's no farm. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the final speaker, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, that was our final speaker on
Okay,
this item.
so is there anything that staff heard that they would like to comment on?
Madam Chair, members of the board, there was a question just about the difference between what a guest ranch is, and I, of course, failed to remember the Alisal Ranch, which is a very long-standing guest ranch in our community. But I wanted to explain the difference between the two and read the definitions out of our code. So a guest ranch is a vacation resort, generally a farm or ranch that derives all or part of its income from the use of its facilities by paying visitors or guests and provides food, lodging, and recreational activities. A homestay is a residential structure including portions thereof rented for 30 consecutive days or less, where the owner or a long-term tenant of the property inhabits a legal dwelling on the same lot at the same time as the transient occupant. And then there are some other standards that have to be met. But I think it's really, the guest ranch is a larger operation. They provide food and probably other activities. And I believe Alisal Ranch provides horseback riding and things like that, of that nature.
Thank you. And so, Ms. Romero, you have 5 minutes?
Okay, well, thank you, Chair. I'm not going for eloquent now, I'm going for data. First, I'd like to say about the Airstreams. Jackie had 4 Airstreams or 5 on her vacant parcel. She didn't know she couldn't store something on a vacant parcel that's not an accessory to a dwelling unit. They were fully gutted vintage Airstreams that she and Carlos thought they would renovate and sell. They wanted to keep one to travel with their family. They've retained that one on their own property when they became aware that that was not an allowable use. I want to say that based on all the years I've been doing violations and appeals, that all of them have the same characteristics. They have 2 of these 3: large ag-zoned lots, shared access, and a disgruntled former employee. I don't know why people can't get along when they have 5 acres, 100 acres, or my largest violation, which was on 3,000 acres. Jackie's home at 7,000 square feet is the size of my entire parcel. I live in Guadalupe, which is the inverse of the San Ynez Valley. When my neighbors decide they're going to have friends and family over for a party, they have their party in their backyard. Our backyards are pretty much 20 feet apart from each other. And there's music and there's live mariachis. When they're borracho, they're not good, but when we get some good ones, they're great. There's bounce houses, there are children laughing, there are people having a good time. And if we're going to stand at property lines with decibel meters, in this room right now, at this level, I'm at probably 85 decibels. I understand the quiet time, and if anybody would read a current Airbnb post that I have helped Miss Jackie Abood write, the quiet time is strictly spelled out. She also asks people not to wander off of their 5-acre property. It is incorrect to state that they can only recreate on the area outside of the Airbnb. They have access to walk down the 60 stairs, going down 56 feet, to areas where there are shade and there are tables. Clearly, there is a damaged relationship between these neighbors, but I don't think that that's a reason to deny a permitted right to somebody. It's a sad situation. The noise meter, the picture that Ms. Jackson provided to you, it has a time and a date on it, and that's a date when Carlos and Jackie were not even in the country. We don't know where that noise reading was taken from. There are no GPS coordinates on it. The house is owner occupied. This is Jackie and Carlos's primary residence. This is where they live. The stack of papers, I must at least express the outrage of my client, the stack of papers that you rightly chose not to accept into the record are the record of all of the holdings and property that are owned by Ms. Abood and by her family trust that were left to her by her father. I think that that is just extremely invasive and uncalled for and has nothing at all to do with whether or not she can operate a homestay and rent 2 bedrooms out of her house under her roof within feet of her master bedroom where she is able to monitor what is going on. The thought that this access easement can't be used by my client to access her horses that she also has on the vacant property is absurd. They need to be able to go back and forth on this easement. Nobody's complaining about the numerous workers that go back and forth during the course of the day to the Jackson family ranch. My client has 1 part-time gardener, and she has someone that occasionally helps with her horses. And the rest of the work is done by she and Carlos. They're working people. I hope that you'll be able to look past all the emotion, all of the crazy statements. There is no spa. There were no events except for the one in December that we all agree on. There aren't, when Jackie's or Carlos's family comes over for a party, it must look like an event to some. They have large families. And just as recently as this past weekend, they were going to host Carlos's sister and family members in the area of their home that's used for a homestay. They texted both Ingrid and Bill. They received no acknowledgement of them letting them know that someone would be there. She also had to write an email to the compliance person, Paul Hanna, and her planner to say, hey, this weekend we have 5 people, 2 adults, 3 kids, and this is the kind of lack of privacy and the pressure that she's under. She doesn't even want to have a family party, and I've encouraged her to do so, and of course, notify planning that she's going to use her home like you or I would. So I hope that you guys will make a good decision today. You've got plenty of information. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you. So one last call for staff. Is there anything more that you would like to add?
Madam Chair, I don't believe so.
Okay, so it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
I just have a question before we do deliberation. One issue that's been brought up by Mr. Jackson, and this would be a question for Francis. One question brought up by Mr. Jackson has been the egress from the property, and it seems my understanding is that there's 2 egresses from the property, and that the egress used for the guests brings them closer to the Jackson property. Is that the case? Can you just illuminate, would the homestay entrance be accessible if the guests were using the same entrance as the property owners?
Okay, anybody who comes onto the properties here, they come on a shared access easement across here. This first driveway goes to what I'll call the main house where Carlos and Jackie live. Then you come out, you come right to here, and you can see a little bit of a clearing there. There's a second driveway that comes up to what was the original house, which is proposed to be the homestay here. So people coming in, Jackie will meet them at the gate. She will give them a remote. She will have them follow her down the easement up to this driveway, up to where that they can park. Now, if Jackie and Carlos have family and friends over for a celebration, they bring their family in through the horse gate here because they typically have those parties down here under the oak trees by the barn and the hay barn. Does that kind of tell you how the driveways,
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. And I know it doesn't have anything to do with this here. I'm just curious. Now you've got the property on the other side. When was that purchased on the other side of?
Was that at the same time?
And I think you have to talk.
Yeah.
It's okay if you want.
Okay. Okay, Jackie was basically stating that she bought the second parcel about 2 years after she purchased the first parcel when it came on the market. And to be honest, she recently tried to sell it just because she wanted to avoid some of the drama, but right now that land wasn't all that attractive to purchasers.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. There's some questions about the ownership of and this is actually for County Council. If a property is held in an LLC, does that change anything in our code? Does that kind of financial arrangement versus a trust or individual ownership, does that affect the land use?
Members of the board and Supervisor Nelson, ownership structure is not considered under the Land Use and Development Code, and the homestay ordinance doesn't require that ownership of any property be held in any certain way. So I would say no, it's not really part of the consideration for this type of permit.
Okay. And I guess the flip side is that a hotel wouldn't have to necessarily be owned by a corporation, it could be owned by an individual as well. So, okay. Thank you.
Okay, deliberations. This is in the 3rd district that I represent, so I'll take the prerogative and go first. I certainly commend Ms. Aboud and your entrepreneurship and hustle. I am concerned by the history of violations, including the health officer order, and looking at the past as a preview of what we're possibly going to see in the future. For me, there are real questions of compatibility here because the way these homes are designed is they're at the top of a hill and they're very close to each other. And then the flatter area for the animals and the ag structures is more down around the bottom. So that means that the Jackson home is very close to the homestay. And this, if I lived there, that would be very concerning to me. Also concerning to me would be that there is a history of promoting retail sales, promoting the sale of tickets, and even though it's worthy nonprofits, you wonder how much how much becomes a burden on your neighbors. 1 or 2 a year, that's something, but 3, 4, 5 a year, that gets to be a lot. Promoting a venue for parties, just to explain, we're now deliberating, so it's the board, it's back to the board. And promoting experiences with horses and farm animals. So that was the past. But if you look at the website, which I did, even today, I see posts associated with Hacienda Amador that show off horses in Spanish dress and carriages, that advertise events and performances, that promote the site as a party venue, and that refer to the site both on TripAdvisor and in a promo ad for one of the events as a farm stay for up to 6 people. So you can say these are just family gatherings and events to support nonprofits, but why would you be promoting these on a website meant to market to people to come? I mean, if it were my daughter's birthday party or something, I just wouldn't put it on a public website. So it's very concerning. I believe all of us find that the quiet enjoyment of our property and our homes is of paramount value. That's where we recharge. That's where we really, that's the foundation for the rest of our lives. And if that's compromised, then you really compromise a lot. So just from the current materials that are on the website today, it seems that the applicant would really be more appropriate for a farm stay rather than what we see for a homestay. A homestay, at least, and I was here when we did both, when we conceptually described both, And the homestay was really to help homeowners, principal renters or owners generate a little money and be able to generate some money for the county and provide housing for people coming to the county to experience it. It really, farm stays were to create more experiences related to the agriculture on the property. So if I lived next to this, I wouldn't be comforted by the idea that the permit can be revoked in a year if enough of the right kinds of complaints are filed. It puts the burden on the neighbors, and we see what's happened in terms of the relationship between the neighbors and how difficult that is to live in situations where you don't get along with your neighbors. We've never had experience in revoking a permit. So if we look at the past, it seems to me that this is incompatible. The website continues to be problematic in my view, and I really can't support this. And who would like to go next? Supervisor Lavanito.
I'll be the sacrificial lamb. All right. So it's your district, and I guess we just we look at things differently. For me, the idea of whether something's a homestay. I had this issue when we were first describing all these things, honestly, like what's the difference between a homestay and a farm stay and an Airbnb? Because when it comes down to it, it's the Jacksons don't like the noise that's being that emanates from their neighbor's property. And I don't think they would think it was any better if it was a homestay or a farm stay. They'd still feel like they were impacted. So I don't see them looking over the fence and saying, hey, can you keep it down? No, this is a farm stay instead of a homestay, so it's okay. All these things to me, it's just like there's impacts. And so the history of violations on the property do alarm me. And the idea that the applicant, I think we had this earlier today, it's kind of like, well, I didn't know all these rules existed. I can get over that hump, but I would highly suggest, and I think you are at this point now, but I would highly suggest you get up to speed ASAP because this is not going away. If your project does get approved today, you're going to have somebody obviously looking right over your shoulder. It's unfortunate, and we've seen this so many times, is that you have these 5-acre parcels and the two people build their houses within 100 feet of the property line, which it would be so much nicer if somebody had decided to build on the other side. But that's not the current situation. So the way I figured it, it seems like we have this down, from what I've seen, down to just a noise issue at this point. And it's concerning to me too. I understand what Ms. Romero said. I have the same issue. I live inside the city. And so my neighbors on the weekends sometimes stay up late, have music in the backyard. And I have had to tell my wife a number of times, hey man, that's part of life. We have neighbors that impact us. And I'm sure when I'm having my party, I'm impacting them. Things also seem louder when you're out in the country because it's supposed to be serene and quiet, and that's why you move out there. So I get all that stuff. Personally, I'm inclined to approve this, and then, we have to take a look at it within a year. And I didn't hear anybody say that P&D was not responsive, that when there were complaints, they were investigated. It's different if you say, we complained and fell on deaf ears. I think this is on everybody's screen right now, and everybody's target sites, so that compliance is going to have to happen, or you're just not going to have, you're not going to be able to get your permit. So I have always felt like I am more inclined to support somebody being able to do something on their piece of property, and I know that there's impacts for the people next to them. But, outside of the noise, I don't see a real problem to me. It looks like to me a lot of these other things have been corrected. And the other thing too is I didn't have a chance to go to the website, so I don't know what that looks like. But it seems like every time that there's been an issue that's come up with planning, notifying them of, hey, that you can't do X, it's been mitigated. So, I'd like to hear from the others too, but I would be inclined to support.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, generally, my opinion of being on the Board of Supervisors with appeals is that they really suck. And the reason is this, that we elected officials get into the business that we get into to make policy, and appeals are not policy making. And I feel like it's always important to remind folks of that we are charged in this case, as in every appeal, with a quasi-judicial decision. So we're taking in evidence and trying to look at the code and apply the code to the situation. And the reason why that sometimes is disjointing is because sometimes you're looking at ordinances that you actually helped craft. And you go, wait a minute, we probably should have covered this in the ordinance, or we should have addressed this situation. And but in the case of an appeal, we are supposed to look at the code and apply the code. And so I have a lot of personal and emotional investment in what the Jacksons have been put through in trying to educate their neighbor as to what the law is supposed to be. But I've never seen the case where those violations then prohibit you from ever remedying it through adhering to the law and and being able to get a permit. Meaning, there's very few things in these codes that we have, like what we call the death sentence for permitting rule, right? Meaning, like there are some ordinances where we create a situation where you can never get a permit because you messed up that big. We don't have that in the STR. And so my read of the homestay ordinance would be that if Ms. Abood had a permit right now, that there would be plenty of grounds to revoke it. But that because she does not have a permit right now, because you can't have a outstanding case and get a permit, so if she remedies all the cases, that she can obtain the permit. My question is whether she will be able to keep it, right? The ordinance is really clear that the volume of sound generated, I'll just read the noise section. The volume of sound generated by the homestay shall not exceed 65 decibels or existing ambient levels. So, okay, that means a horse can neigh louder than 65 decibels because that's not the homestay. But if a guest is over and making more noise than 65 decibels, you're in violation. And during the 10 to 8 a.m., it won't exceed 45 decibels. So I think that in all likelihood, the neighbor will be taking readings a lot. And I totally agree that in a better world, that wouldn't be the way that this is arbitrated. And that the applicant would have a really hard time making sure that noise levels are under that level. But that's my reading, just reading and trying to go by what the ordinance says.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, so thank you, Chair Hartman. Yeah, I struggled with this one. I went back and forth a few times. looking at this. And, you know, the kind of trying to take each argument one by one. You know, the LLC issue is not a problem for me. You know, whether our planning commission, who I think we all have a lot of respect for our planning commissioners, this is a de novo hearing. It's a legal proceeding, and we have to take it, you know, for where we're at. I'm with Supervisor Williams on the past violations. While that's troubling, you know, it wasn't a death penalty. We don't have an ordinance in place where if you have past violations, you can't have a permit approved. The setbacks, I understand that that's a problem for Santa Ynez residents, but you know, I live in a subdivision, and we all live within short distance, and and I live in the unincorporated area, and I could have a homestay next door to me, and so I'm not convinced that that's enough to prohibit issuing the permit here. The noise, you know, that I get the concern, and I think that there's a standard out there. I also do think that this, you know, and I'm going to get to in a minute about the zoning, but lastly, the nuisance plan, I'm not worried about the blocking the phone number. Not now. If it happens in the future, I'm with Supervisor Williams on this, that if all the activities that happened after a permit, we'd be in a position likely to revoke it. But right now, moving forward, and that's where we're at. To me, I think we're at a this place, and we have to look forward. So, you know, I like to look at the zoning first when I look at land use issues. Ag zoned. Okay. Well, there's agricultural activity. The resident is kind of another activity that's in there, and I know a lot of people are saying neighborhood, and then, you know, another ancillary or activity is obviously the homestay. And I think when that homestay then becomes the primary use on an ag property, then that's when it converts to a guest ranch. And some of the activities that would concern me, and I would probably in the future make findings for revocation, is, you know, if this is advertised as a dude ranch, a gift shop, carriage rides, farm stays, ranch stays, petting zoos, family reunions, events, festivals, riding activities, vineyard tours, animal activities related to homestay, cooking classes, spa activities. If I hear those things in the future, if this goes forward, then I'm gonna feel like it's jumped from being a homestay to another activity, a predominant activity on the property. And that's where I'm gonna have some concern moving forward. And yes, it stinks that the neighbors are gonna have to be the neighborhood cops on that. And hopefully the neighbors can patch things up. But as of right now, if it's just strictly the narrow pathway of just a homestay, I don't see, for me, having grounds to deny that. I would want to approve the permit, but I would also just caution the applicant that as soon as this becomes a guest ranch or a farm stay, that I'm prepared to revoke that as a supervisor.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of vacation rentals. I think that this is always a problem, just from the standpoint of, you know, reducing availability of housing. This is a unique home that's 7,000 square feet with 7 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms, and you know, it is allowed under the code to do this. I think where I end up with these facts in this situation is that, you know, I'm really hopeful that somehow these neighbors can figure out a way to coexist. It seems, you know, tough right now, but, you know, what it's really going to take for this to be successful is extraordinary cooperation by the operators to be the best possible hosts imaginable, to not have an impact on their neighbors. And, you know, the matter is the neighbors are going to be watching like hawks, and that, you know, we're going to get complaints, and planning and development is going to have to go out and adjudicate these things. And it, you know, this is really pretty easy to fix if the aboods, you know, pay attention to what they need to do. They're living in the house. You know, the people that are sharing their house, because this is a homestay, and I've been to the house and I know exactly how this is laid out. You know, there's no way this should be a problem. This is easily managed, but apparently it hasn't been, and that's really troubling. So I'm going to support the application and trust that our system will fix this if it doesn't work. And, I know that's a burden to the neighbors, but, this is the nature of this beast. You go online and you look at what's available in the San Ynez Valley for vacation rentals, and there's a lot more places available than there are permitted uses. And this is the nature of this industry. It's it's a manipulation of property rights fundamentally, I think, but it exists and it's allowed in our code, and I think our hands are kind of tied.
So we need a motion and a second.
So I guess I would move that, hearing my colleagues and as well as my position, that we actually grant the appeal and approve the project and make, do we need to make the CEQA findings as well?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we could do this as a conceptual motion, and then I would recommend that you trail the item, because it's actually set up for the opposite of what
Right.
you're proposing. So if there's majority support for that, we take it as a conceptual, and then I would turn to planning and development on how long we should trail the item.
So I guess as a conceptual motion, I don't know if we need a vote. I think that there was 4 clear.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor Nelson, where there would be a CEQA action vote, will be different than the one that's listed.
So I guess the question is.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, so we can return fairly quickly to be able to give the board the correct findings that they would need to make to uphold the appeal.
So we should just trail the item and not even do the conceptual motion?
I'm going to leave that to council, what she would prefer, but we could be back in 10 minutes.
Get over with.
We could start the next hearing in the meantime.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think probably the easiest thing to do would be just to trail it to right after item 4, just so we can get enough copies so that the applicant can review. I think then we won't have unnecessary delays. It's really up to your board. I probably would help just to be clear for staff to have a conceptual motion, just so that we
Okay.
know everybody.
Yeah, then I would like a
Position.
roll call vote.
Okay, well, I'll make the conceptual motion to deny the appeal and approve the project. Oh, sorry, to grant the appeal and approve the project. Sorry, got that backwards.
I'll second, but I wanted to just take a second to say that us all back here in a year to non-renew or to revoke the permit would be a sad delaying of the inevitable. And so I think the applicant has a lot of work to do, because a car can sound more than 65 decibels. I mean, I'm looking at this ordinance and going, man, maybe we put in a pretty strict standard in there. So unless all of the people coming to the guests drive electric cars, they're going to be violation just by driving a car up the driveway. So, I think the applicant has a lot of work to do if they want to keep the permit.
Yeah, that raises one more point that I have to make, or a couple. First of all, the reason I thought this was incompatible is the topography. The homes are built on the top of a very steep incline, and the animals are down below. So they really almost had to build that way if they wanted to have agricultural activities. And the difference between a farm stay and a homestay, farm stays are on Ag 2 properties, and they're bigger. And so we associate activities with the animals for a farm stay. That whenever that comes back to us, that was one of the conditions, that it be linked to the agriculture on site. Here, they've done that, and I suggest you look at your website, because it is conveying something very different than what you're telling people here today, and it gives an impression very different than what the permit really allows. So,
Chair Hartman?
yeah.
And I just wanted to second, not the motion, but the comment from Chair Hartman. I mean, if Again, as Supervisor Williams said, if what was on the website today and a year from now, we're going to have some real problems. You know, that definitely needs to be cleaned up moving forward. And you're right, farm stays aren't legal on Ag 1, and so it wouldn't be allowed. So that's why when I was bringing up the issue, it's really teetering to me, is it's really teetering on an illegal activity on that zone. And I think that's really where this board is struggling with. I mean, you know, as proposed, to me, it's acceptable, it's permittable, but it's really close to not being.
So, Madam Clerk, I would like a conceptual vote.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Hartman?
No.
Conceptual motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. So we'll trail this item, and I think we'll just continue to our final item, number 4. Would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 2015 Energy and Climate Action Plan, ECAP, final report, and Climate Action Program updates.
Welcome, Mr. Chapshin.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. Pleasure to be here, and members of the board, good afternoon. We're here today to present the 2015 Energy and Climate Action Report. In this report, we'll also seek board direction regarding updating carbon reduction goals and recommended early climate action to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Ashley Watkins is our Sustainability Division Chief, you all know, and Garrett Wong, our Climate Program Manager, will present the report. I'll turn this over to Ashley.
Thank you, George. Good afternoon, members of the board and Chair Hartman. Just a few kind of opening comments of appreciation. I wanted to thank members of the County Sustainability Committee. This is really our forum to work with representatives from all the departments across the county to coordinate implementation and action in support of the Energy and Climate Action Plan, and now our 2030 Climate Action Plan. And of course, I also wanted to express appreciation to the board for your attention and interest in this issue. Garrett Wong will be leading today's presentation, and as he'll highlight in the report, there is much work to be done to meet the goals set by the board for the 2030 Climate Action Plan. But we also have made a lot of progress, especially in developing really strong relationships with our local cities and counties and stakeholders. And we have some really transformational projects that have laid the groundwork for future emission reductions, prepared us for future statewide mandates, and are also providing some new workforce opportunities for our region. And so with that, I will turn it over to Garrett.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and the board. My name is Garrett Wong, and I'm the Climate Program Manager in the Sustainability Division. Today's presentation, we will be covering the past, present, and the future of the county's planning and implementation. We'll begin by closing the books on the county's 2015 Energy Climate Action Plan with a final report summary. Then we will review our county's current emissions profile. Then I will provide an update on our current progress to prepare the 2030 Climate Action Plan and provide recommendations for the board to give direction to staff on a select number of early actions that we can initiate in advance of adopting the 2030 CAP. The ECAP final report evaluates the county's progress towards reaching its 2020 emissions reduction goal, which was 15% below 2007 baseline year. The ECAP originally had 53 measures, and as you can see, 41 out of those 53 emission reduction measures were either initiated or completed by 2020. There were some measures that were not started or discontinued, either to lack of specificity or measurability, or having significant emission reduction potential. Of the targeted emissions that we were seeking to reduce by 2020, we were able to estimate that 44% of that target was met. And now looking at our 2018 carbon emissions profile, which is the most recent year that we've done our inventory for, we can say that our emissions are now 11% above 2000 levels, which is actually trending lower from where they were in 2016 by 3%. In 2019, the county adopted the Strategic Energy Plan and voted to join with Central Coast Community Energy. CCCE's default energy product now increases customers' use of renewable energy to 31%, puts the county on the path to achieving 100% renewable energy by 2030. In collaboration with Ventura and San Luis Obispo counties, this county launched the Tri-County Regional Energy Network, or 3C-REN, to provide tailored programs and services to increase energy efficiency in new and existing buildings through customer programs, workforce development, and training. And thanks to programs and incentives from the state, the county, utilities, we have also seen significant activity in the housing sector, making homes more affordable, more energy efficient, more affordable, and more transit oriented. In the transportation sector, the county supported the development and the adoption of the Santa Ynez Bicycle Master Plan, and expanded its fleet of electric vehicles and charging stations being installed throughout county facilities. In the agriculture sector, older, more polluting tractors were replaced with more fuel-efficient or electric tractors with grants from the Air Pollution Control District. The Cachuma Resource Conservation District provided irrigation evaluations to increase water efficiency of ag operations. Local businesses helped to reduce their environmental impacts by participating in the Green Business Certification Program, as well by electrifying landscape equipment through incentives. This chart shows the sources of emissions from the unincorporated county area as of 2018. As I mentioned before, emissions in 2018 have decreased slightly from 2016 by 3%. Transportation remains the largest source of emissions, followed by building energy use. And as the county shifts to the Central Coast Community Energy Program, we will expect to see more significant shifts in the relative size of each sector in the next emissions inventory post-2020. This is a waterfall chart which is meant to show the various factors that will influence the county's annual emission trends towards 2030. On the far left is the county's emissions as of 2018. The orange bar to the right is the estimated emission reductions from the 2015 ECAP. The blue bar shows the increase of emissions that are anticipated due to population and economic growth. The next yellow bar represents state policies that will decrease local emissions. These include the Renewable Portfolio Standard for utilities, building energy codes, low carbon fuel standard, and the vehicle fuel efficiency standards. And as you can see, while the state policies help to reduce the county's emissions significantly, they do not yet get us to our goal. The next two orange bars represent achieving 100% renewable and carbon-free energy through community choice energy, and now the full operation of the Tajico's Landfill Resource Center, which is diverting recyclable and compostable material away from the landfill. A gap of well over 500,000 metric tons remains in order to meet our 50% reduction target by 2030, which is equivalent to roughly 117,862 passenger vehicles driving for 1 year. We're now pivoting to provide you an update on our planning process for the 2030 Climate Action Plan. We launched the development of this project, we launched the development of the 2030 CAP late in 2020, And we started off with a project website and established the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee, which has provided guidance, input, and feedback over a series of meetings over the past years. We've held a number of community workshops, listening sessions, and presentations. And during this time on the technical activities, we've evaluated our emission reduction progress through the final report, as well as prepared our 2018 emissions inventory. In the current planning phase, we've continued to hold a number of community meetings, workshops, and presentations, and we've also worked on developing what we call our emissions forecast and preparing our draft measures and actions. Those draft measures and actions were posted online for community feedback through a platform called Consider It. We also began to work with the Santa Barbara County Promotores Network to engage Spanish and Mixteco-speaking residents. Our planning efforts are also drawing upon efforts that have been led by the community. In 2019, Community Environmental Council, in partnership with the county, held a series of community roundtables to address the region's climate change impacts and equity challenges. The series of events generated ideas from over 400 participants, of which 16 were upvoted. Where feasible, these concepts were included in the draft measures and actions for the 2030 CAP. The Central Coast Climate Justice Network is an organization or a network comprised of environmental and social justice organizations across the Tri-County region. The network organized a series of house meetings throughout the county to ask residents what a regional Green New Deal would look like for Santa Barbara County. And where feasible, these concepts were also included in the CAP's draft measures and actions. The draft measures and actions, as I've mentioned, were posted online via a tool called Consider It. This platform allows community members to provide their opinions on individual actions, interact with other participants, and even suggest new actions. Over 2.5 months, over 160 users participated, and over 50 new actions were proposed. We are now shifting to the phase in which we are bringing together all of the data from the community engagement activities and the technical analysis to prepare the draft plan. Instead of sectors, the 2030 Climate Action Plan will have focus areas to recognize the interrelatedness of our region systems, which are housing, mobility, and transportation, resilient clean energy, sustainable and circular economies, and land stewardship and carbon sequestration. Looking ahead, we will be working on the draft climate action plan and begin to prepare the environmental impact report. And then sometime in probably middle of 2023, we'll come back to the board with the final plan and the environmental impact report for proposing adoption. As we work to prepare the 2030 CAP, we would like to take this time to update our approach to target setting and progress tracking. We recommend that the board update the county's carbon reduction goals by adopting the goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2045 or sooner as feasible. Carbon neutrality means achieving a balance between produced emissions and emissions that are reduced or offset. The state of California has a goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. We also recommend that the board update the interim 2030 goal using 2018 instead of 2007 for a baseline. While using a historical baseline year was accepted practice at the time, it is no longer relevant in a forward-looking policy environment where carbon neutrality is the end goal. Additionally, conducting emissions inventories and attempting to compare them to historical ones has proven to be more challenging and more costly than anticipated, exceeding the utility gained by doing so. As displayed in the chart here, the change in the baseline and terminology would not significantly impact the reduction pathway or the CAP measures necessary to meet the goals under either scenario. The goal is still ambitious given our recent progress. In advance of adopting the 2030 Climate Action Plan, we are also submitting to the board recommendations for early climate actions to be taken. These actions focus on building energy use and transportation. They're timely and necessary to initiate future momentum for further reductions. The first action is to develop an ordinance to restrict natural gas infrastructure and increase energy efficiency performance, electric vehicle charging infrastructure for new residential construction and major renovations. Building energy use accounts for 27% of community-wide carbon emissions. And as our sources of electricity generation become cleaner from Central Coast community energy, natural gas remains the largest source of emissions in buildings. A restriction on natural gas in new buildings is the most cost-effective way to avoid growth in new carbon emissions in the future. Over 50 jurisdictions across California, including the city of Santa Barbara, have adopted some ordinance either requiring or preferring all-electric construction. All-electric construction reduces construction costs by eliminating natural gas infrastructure. Local energy code amendments can be adopted and implemented in coordination with the update of the state's building code in 2023. Other amendments could include increased energy efficiency, solar and battery storage, and electric vehicle charging. If authorized to do so, staff will work with the building official and local stakeholders to develop criteria and requirements to be brought back to the board for adoption at a later date. The second early action is to assess the feasibility of updating the Zero Net Energy Resolution to zero carbon for county buildings in order to design and build new buildings to be all electric and replace or retrofit space and water heating devices and equipment in existing buildings. Similarly, with community-wide buildings, the majority of county facilities are being served with electricity generated from carbon-free and renewable energy sources, shifting the attention to natural gas consumption. We propose updating the Zero Net Energy Resolution to zero carbon and directing staff to assess the feasibility of electrifying county facilities and developing a program to systematically transition equipment to all electric while keeping utility costs low. If authorized to do so, staff will work with General Services to prepare a resolution for adoption along with future actions. The third action is to develop a zero-emission vehicle plan to strategically identify gaps, resources, projects, and programs to advance the use of zero-emission vehicles in county operations and the community. As mentioned before, transportation accounts for 50% of community-wide carbon emissions. Inversely, zero-emission vehicles account for less than 2% of all local vehicles. Electric vehicle infrastructure and planning has historically been ad hoc. Staff recommend beginning to develop a zero-emission vehicle plan to address infrastructure, planning, and programmatic gaps, and to develop strategies to meet internal and community needs. Next week, the Community Services Department will present its proposed budget, which will include a budget expansion for an FTE to be dedicated to zero-emission vehicle planning and implementation. Staff anticipate a deluge of federal, state, and local funding for zero-emission vehicles and infrastructure to offset the costs of this expansion. In summary, our recommendations are as follows: to receive and file the 2015 Energy and Climate Action Final Report and 2018 Greenhouse Gas Inventory, update the county's carbon reduction goals by adopting the goal of carbon neutrality by 2045 or sooner as feasible, and updating the interim 2030 goal to 50% reduction below 2007 levels to 50% net reduction to current levels of 2018, and then to provide direction to staff regarding implementation of early climate actions. Excuse me. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your questions and discussion.
Questions from the board. Supervisor Williams.
So, I don't want to say in advance that I'm late to the party, but I have come to the conclusion that we got to address the natural gas question simply because of the level of leakage. I was very much, once upon a time, a believer in it as a bridge fuel, and I still do from renewable sources, but that doesn't mean that having it as part of the residential neighborhoods or commercial districts is a good idea anymore. That my understanding is you could get the staff time paid for development of that ordinance. Is that not true through 3C? And maybe that will help us be more enthusiastic, because ordinance development is one of our groaners usually, right? So what's the details of that?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, there is a grant that is available through Central Coast Community Energy. It's either 10,000 or 15,000. It's 50, excuse me, it's 15,000. So that would go towards offsetting some of staff time to develop that ordinance.
And then I caught this one late, as you know. I know obviously it still doesn't mean that still means that we have a long way to go. But tell me if our total number of energy used is about, what on this grid is like 90,000, and your projected reduction, metric tons of CO2 equivalent, if your reduction that you're calculating by 2030 from our switch over to 3CE is 37, how is that, why is it not higher if 3CE is on track to have 100% renewable energy by 2030?
So you'll see that number change over time as they start to procure more and more renewable energy sources. So by the time we come back to you in 2030, and hopefully they've met their goal to source 100% clean and renewable energy, that number will change significantly. That's just based on their current energy procurement for renewables.
So that's based on the 60% right now?
It's not based on 60, it's based on, I think they're at something like 31.5% renewable
what
energy
we have
right
right
now.
now,
Yes.
online right now, not what we have contracted for in the future.
It's what's online, and it accounts for everything as of 2018. But as you know, Central Coast Community Energy is moving pretty quickly to procure more and more renewable energy and start new projects.
Got it. And obviously, if we made a more meaningful push on our own electric vehicles, that would be a big part of maybe even doing some of the work before we come up with a plan. I mean, I do think in terms of community outreach and in terms of creating the conditions by which the community adopts electric vehicles, I could see that having a staff person and a plan is necessary. I kind of feel like here in the county, there may be some planning for, say, a sheriff's department transition, but for sedans and for light-duty vehicles, it's just about political will and to purchase them when they become available. And so, I thought it would be useful, and I'll pull it up in a second for my colleagues to just tell you how much, and we asked General Services how much have been purchased electric since we did the mandate and how much were purchased non-electric. And unsurprisingly, there's been a lot of purchased electric. I think it was 60 something, but there's been 131 purchased that are non-electric since we did our mandate, and now there are more electric models on the market, and of course next year there's going to be more available, and so it seems to me like maybe we ought to talk about, as part of this, expanding that mandate to light duty, and for this position to look at it, some kind of percentage in the sheriff's department or other areas of where we can create vehicles that have equivalent capabilities.
If I may, yes, Supervisor Williams, through the chair. And as you can see, as you know, more and more car companies are moving towards electric and away from the internal combustion engine. So, and the ranges have really increased, almost up to 500 for some of the more expensive models, but 300 for some of the less expensive models as well.
Supervisor Nelson and then Lavanino.
Yes. Curious about this, the considerate survey that you guys did. So how did those items that you guys are proposing, how they do in the considerate survey that we did of the community?
Are you talking about specific items or all of them?
I mean, we got 3 items that you guys are proposing for early climate actions. Just curious on how those items did in the considerate survey, whether there was community support for them or not.
Sure. For the one on natural gas and new construction, it seems like there's a pretty even split in terms of people who agree or disagree with that concept. For county facilities, it seems that there's a little less concern because it's county facilities and not mandating other people to do something with their own property. But people still feel that pushing too hard on one technology can be ill-advised. And then for the zero-emission vehicle plan, that wasn't actually a part of the current list of measures and actions. So that would be like a new action.
I'm looking at it right now, transition the county to medium and heavy-duty fleet vehicles to zero-emission vehicles.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so that one, if I'm not mistaken, it's either evenly split or it might be skewed towards the negative, because I think a lot of people still feel that pushing on one technology is, again, ill-advised.
Okay, because I mean, I'm looking at it right now, and actually that one had a favorable setting from the community, actually a plus 20%. The community supported the number 3 there. Had my staff look at it. As far as making sure county buildings, there kind of was approached on 2 different items. One was negative 6%, one was plus 9%, so I would consider that at a positive support. And there was 2 items on the natural gas infrastructure, and that got a negative 20% from the public. So there seemed like that there was less support through that planning tool that we were taking advantage of there. So that's, did you guys do any outreach, especially on some of these climate action recommendations, and specifically the gas infrastructure? Did you guys to our chambers or building industry or construction industry? I know that it was mentioned here that might save cost in construction. I don't know if that was truth, or I was just reading something that said it would, or do you guys actually talk to local stakeholders in those industries and find out, yeah, in fact, there's a demand for that?
So what we're seeking today is not necessarily approval to do this already. We're hoping to develop the ordinance and bring it back to you for adoption. So we haven't begun that stakeholder outreach process as of yet. But I will say, as far as the costs and benefits go, there, along with the state building code updates, which happen every 3 years, there are what they're called cost effectiveness studies that are prepared, and the recommended actions, there's a table there that's provided on the first costs of construction. And explaining the table a little bit further, it shows that there are some nominal cost impacts, right? Both, some can be positive, some can be negative, but on the whole, when you're avoiding having to build a home that has 2 utilities, it tends to reduce construction costs. And I actually am in one of those homes in Goleta, which is an all-electric condominium complex.
And I mean, gas energy is typically less expensive for a homeowner than electrical, right?
When you're talking about per unit of we can't necessarily equate kilowatt hours and therms in equal terms because they do different kinds of work. The thing to understand also is that the types of equipment are different. So heat pumps are the primary form of electric equipment that we're talking about. Heat pump water heaters, heat pump space heaters and cooler. Heating and cooling systems. And the efficiency rating for heat pumps is actually like 300% in terms of work to energy efficiency. And so, yes, it might seem more expensive from a dollar per kilowatt perspective, but when you factor in the work efficiency of the equipment, it's not as expensive as people think.
Yeah, and I think that kind of folds into what I thought was the highest recommended action on consider it was polling, which was, allowing market conditions to help dictate some of the drivers here, and making sure that people had choices. I think that scored the best, right, throughout. I think that was is that correct?
That elicited a strong response, correct?
Okay, and so,
It's eliciting a strong response from somebody over here too.
Well,
I can tell by the way.
He can strongly respond to me. And so, I just think I hope that if we do move forward with that specific climate action, that we have a full hearing on it before we take any action. I think that would be really important. I think there's a lot of stakeholders there that see an item like this, the ECAP, and think it's kind of innocuous, but not realize that it has multiple impacts, not on building costs, commercial costs. I mean, there's just different things that need to be looked at. And we just saw with the last item, sometimes we put a policy in place and don't realize that there's unintended consequences. There's also, as a board, tried to deal with equity and social justice, where are these new homes being built? We're looking at the energy cost, cooking habits of different cultures, different things that all kind of play into that. And so I know it's kind of an easy thing just to swipe down natural gas, but I know there's a lot of people who prefer that. And something I think that if we do go down that route as a board, that we should definitely do it more than just to kind of through this process right here. I hope we have a much more in-depth hearing about it. Make sure that we have a wide breadth of studies. I know that there was the leakage study where people went into Airbnbs and then they tinfoiled up all the windows and tried to monitor leakage, and how that's being used across the board now is to extrapolate through all home use. So I just think there's a lot more information out there that deserves the attention of this board if we decide to go down that route. I'm definitely supportive, and we'll get into deliberations here on some of the things that we can do at the county to be good examples, because I think that's really important. I'm just really hesitant about us getting too far ahead of state regulations. I think the state is probably the most aggressive state in the country on some of this stuff, and these things do have costs. These things do have impacts on future buildings, and I think we should maybe not run, maybe jog as we go towards these things. And so, those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Labanino.
Well, I'll let Supervisor Williams, I think he had a counterpoint, because I was going in a different direction.
All right.
I just wanted to make sure that if we're going to discuss about letting the market decide, which I actually firmly agree with, 100%, we should stop doing all this and just let the market decide. But every rare conservative think tank or environmental think tank that presents the idea of how you let the market decide is that requires levying a tax per BTU and then letting the market decide. If you aren't having any cost for polluting, and that's borne by the taxpayer as a whole, then you aren't, which is what the status quo situation is, then you are not letting the market decide. We are not letting the market decide right now. So I totally would love that, and that's why I introduced a resolution in the legislature to pursue a carbon tax and stop doing all this regulatory stuff. But alas, we are not in that age. For whatever reason, the majorities of both parties don't like that idea because I guess neither conservatives or liberals are always internally consistent with their ideas. So instead, we have to pursue, these other possibilities.
Well,
I think Supervisor Nelson,
okay.
did you have a direct
I'm like the
comment?
tennis.
Since you're
I did. It's not that we aren't, pure market. I'm not advocating for that. What I'm advocating for is, education and incentive, I think, are the best tools that we have as policymakers. I want to, again, as I said before, slowly move down the regulatory route. I do believe a lot of even our natural gas is still produced with mitigation measures. I mean, again, we do it most safely and environmentally friendly here in the state of California. And, you know, I just think that chasing the natural gas ban that other jurisdictions have gone down has a lot more of unintended consequences that aren't fully vetted out, and it's not just simply, you know, just it's not a zero-sum game. And so I think we just need to look at that carefully, and that's why I hope that if we go down that route, that we have a full, in-depth hearing with as much presentation to the that we can evaluate as decision makers.
Finally, Supervisor Lavanino.
Okay, thank you. Well, what are we getting out of all this stuff? And unfortunately, I was shocked at how ineffective we've been. I mean, there's been so much activity with the Climate Action Plan and workshops and presentations and community engagement, listening sessions, and everybody's just been pulling on the same end of the rope. And when you look at that chart on page 6 or 7, whatever that is, where it has the lines going up and down, if you take away what the state has enforced and imposed upon us, we come out with a net decrease of 45,000 metric tons out of 1.4 million. And I'm like, what are we doing? I mean, it doesn't seem what we're doing, and I know it's not because of a lack of effort. Why aren't we getting our bang for the buck? Like, where is the, and I mean, Tahigas was $100 million project. So it's not from a lack of money, and it's not from a lack of commitment. But when I look at, you know, we're short 547 million metric tons, plus add on another 645,000 of those. I'm very discouraged. So that's just, and then when we're talking about banning natural gas, I mean, the payoff for that is another 10,000 metric tons. It doesn't seem like, I'm just not ever seeing the bang for the buck anywhere. But, so the question about natural gas for me to staff is, okay, so the alternative is electricity. How is electricity being produced that is so much more environmentally friendly than natural gas?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. So just a couple of things maybe that I could comment on that you put out there. The first comment that you made about how is electricity more environmentally friendly than natural gas. The way that that's possible is that the electric grid is getting cleaner and cleaner and will get cleaner and cleaner over time. The state has a goal for, 100% clean renewable energy by 2045.
Can I interrupt just for a second?
Sure.
I'm not interested in what our goals are anymore, because we in 2015 passed this where we were going to, eliminate this by 2030 or 2025 or 2030. We haven't even, and it's not because nobody's trying, not trying, but we're not even making a dent. So when the state is saying that we're going to get, clean electricity by 2045, or they could say 2025, I don't see any progress being made. So what gives you the confidence to tell us that we should ban natural gas so we can go to electricity? How is electricity being generated right now, I guess is my question. Isn't it the same way when I went to the...
It's a mix.
Right now, 82% of the energy on the grid is renewable and zero carbon.
Then how come this
So
isn't
that's-
reflected in the reductions that we're not
Because
seeing them?
It changes by the amount of day, but what time of day, and there's parts of the day that are dirtier than that. And we are on your behalf. I really appreciate that you guys have put me forward as the person to work with 3CE. I'm on their risk committee. They don't normally trust that many electeds with purchasing energy. That's usually they only put staff on that one. But I'm on that committee. We are trying to get more renewable PPAs. We have 14 lined up. And so we are already on track to be more renewable and more substantive than the grid as a whole. But I mean, the revolution is already happened. And part of the reason why it's harder to get ground is because the easy stuff, meaning energy, is largely is in progress. The easy stuff is in progress. It's the hard stuff left.
Seems like everything's left. I mean,
So
why are we, go ahead, Ashley, I'm sorry.
if I could, I
Go
mean,
ahead.
you can decarbonize electricity. You can't decarbonize natural gas in the same way. But what I'm hearing from the board is that you need more information before giving direction to develop an ordinance to ban natural gas. So I guess I would like to propose changing this language slightly to assess the potential to restrict natural gas infrastructure, so we could come back to you with more detailed information.
Yep.
Supervisor, through the chair, I think that would be a better solution. I think there's a couple of things for today's report. Could you put the recommendations about that? And that I think the bigger ones is 1 or 2, what they're asking you to, updating the climate action program, but 3 is what we're talking about here. And I think it's too soon to just jump to doing an ordinance. I think so, because from the discussion on the board, we just need to get more information out there. So what Ashley's saying, I think, is the right approach. We can come back with more information and looking about what would it take to do an ordinance, and come back to the board first before we just present you an ordinance. That's one thing. And so if that's appropriate, that's what we would say is the direction you'd be giving us on 3.1.
I think what we're talking about is going out, doing, talking with the stakeholders, and then coming back and letting you know what we heard through this process. And then coming back.
So that was just a very, very small
Right.
piece of my problem, the natural gas ban. I want to know, what is your thoughts, because you guys are way closer to it, that we've invested a lot of time, energy, all your time and energy, lots of tax.
This is a really great example of a project that was really forward-thinking and kind of started before the state mandate came, and now we're perfectly positioned to, deal with the requirements of AB 1383. So that is what I think some of these actions that we're proposing to do could result in similar things, getting ahead of where the state's at. So we're really prepared once those state mandates come.
Yeah, and I know I don't want you to confuse passion with being upset. I'm not upset, or I'm just frustrated, which I'm sure you guys probably were when you looked at this too. It's like, hey, this is our life's work, and it's always good to see progress. So I'm not saying we don't do anything. We could be going backwards. I'm not one of those folks. I just thought that what we were doing was much more significant in reduction than it is.
Supervisor Hart, and then let's go to public comment.
I think CEO Miyasato wanted to say something. All right. After you. Well, I just want to say that this conversation has sparked something in my mind. When Ashley talked about, other departments and not just having the sustainability division pushing this agenda, but also having other departments embrace it. And I know that State Senator Monique Limon and Assemblymember Bennett both just introduced a bill at the state legislature to have state agencies report on their progress as individual separate entities toward meeting the state's climate goals. And that seems like a really reasonable, logical thing to do. And maybe we ought to have that apply in the county too, and have sort of a bottom-up reporting from all the departments. What are you doing to push this agenda? Maybe it shouldn't necessarily be the sustainability's division's only responsibility to talk to the sheriff's department about the possibility of electric vehicles. Maybe they ought to be pushing that up from that department as well. So that's an idea. And then to Supervisor Nelson's point about the hearings that we're going to have regarding the natural gas construction initiative and ordinance, we're going to have that. I mean, that's just going to be part of the process. That every time we do an ordinance, we have a full-throated participation process. And I'm kind of surprised we don't have more people here to talk about this. This has gotten more attention in other jurisdictions, but it's probably because we're at the plan stage, not the actual ordinance stage. And we'll get that when we get to that stage. But as Mr. Chapchin said, these big things take a long time to turn around. And the fact that we're not growing in greenhouse gas emissions is good, but I don't want to be Pollyanna about it. We need to have more aggressive goals, and we need to do more faster and at every level of government. But we do have some things to talk about that are success stories, and we should be proud of those too.
CEO Miyasato.
I can make my comments after public comment.
All right. Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 7 requests to speak on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Katie Davis to be followed by Nadia Abushanab. Katie?
Hi, yes, this is Davis,
We can
Chair of
hear
the
you.
Sierra Club Los Padres chapter. Thanks for this. Hi, this is Katie Davis with the Sierra Club Los Padres chapter. I want to support moving forward with staff's recommendations and having them come back with some ordinance options for you. I do want to point out that in 2019, 63% of California's electricity was from carbon-free sources. That includes renewable energy, hydroelectrics, and nuclear. So every time we've set a renewable portfolio standard in the state, we've overachieved it. And with the CCAs in place, we are set to achieve renewable energy even faster locally, and we're seeing that happen. So as that happens and we have renewable energy, we can power transportation and buildings with that, and that's how we get these reduction. So I am a little more optimistic, I think, than Supervisor Lovingino in our ability to do it because I'm seeing it happen. And we're saving money too. So when I go and fuel my car and fill up the tank, it costs me a few bucks because I'm using electricity, and it's much cheaper than gas, particularly as gas prices have been going up. There's a lot of interest in EVs, so it's the right time to pursue that policy. In terms of building electrification, it's a really good time to do that as well. So it can coincide with the building updates, and you get paid to do it by CCCE. In addition, it also has health benefits. So it turns out that kids who grow up in homes with gas stoves are actually 40% more likely to have asthma, and that really resonates with me. My kids had childhood asthma, and I know how scary that can be. And I had no idea I was making it worse with my gas cooking. And now I have an induction stove, and I love it. Like, you can't burn yourself, you can't no fumes. I never set off my fire alarm. So it's actually a better way to cook, and it's healthier. It just takes some people getting used to it, but once you are exposed to it, you love it. And it's more affordable. I mean, this is the thing, is we're actually saving money by building electric homes because you're saving on installing the gas, and the cost of living in an electric home is less as well. So you're saving on those costs. It's just so much more efficient. And heat pumps, in addition to heating, can also provide cooling. So we can provide air conditioning to people too, which we're increasingly needing. So it's actually really a win-win all around. And I look forward to that discussion when you have that ordinance brought back. I think a lot of the questions that were raised and concerns in Santa Barbara when they passed it were really answered in that process. And there was far more support than problems with that when it was voted on. So I urge you to move forward. And I think, yeah, gas prices are only going up if we're going to sell it to Europe. So let's get off of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
And we will remain on Zoom with Nadia Bushanab to be followed by Ben Oakley. Nadia?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Abushanab, and I'm here on behalf of SB CAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. And I just wanted to say that we support all of the early action recommendations put forward by the staff to restrict the new natural gas infrastructure and increase efficiency, energy efficiency, and electric vehicle charging. And pursue all electric buildings and create a zero emission vehicle plan. I think these are all great initial actions. And I hear the frustration that we have not made as much progress as we would have liked. I share that frustration, certainly. And here are actions that your staff is recommending that can, really help you move towards those goals. So I really urge you to, at the very least, accept these recommendations. The most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC report, is the most dire one we have seen. It's warning us that greenhouse gas emissions must peak by 2025 and be halved by 2030 if we have any hope of limiting global heating by 1.5 degrees Celsius. Just speaking for myself, I'm a young person living in Santa Barbara, and I fear a lot for the future and what that will mean for me, and if I choose to have a family, and what I do with my career and that type of thing. So, and if people had taken action earlier, if oil companies had not lied about what they knew about climate change in the past, we would not be in this situation now. So we can take action now to limit those effects for our future generations. And yeah, that is all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time, and I urge you to take these actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Ben Oakley to be followed by Jonathan Ullman. And Ben, I do see that you are using a touch-tone phone. Just a friendly reminder, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Ben?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Just a correction, my name is Ben Schwartz, and I am the policy manager for the Clean Coalition, a Santa Barbara-based nonprofit. I do a lot of work at the state level, the California Public Utilities Commission, CEC, and other agencies. So first, I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate you on doing this work and say that we are in favor of the 3 proposed ordinances. And for the rest of my time, I'm just going to take the opportunity to discuss a few specific examples of things that Santa Barbara, the county, can do now. Some monetary, some non-monetary. It seems there's a bit of frustration that the results of hard work have not paid off more. And the first thing that I'll say is that Santa Barbara the county has identified a few areas that have not come to fruition, in part because of COVID and other issues. I remember at the time of the passing of the 2019 Strategic Energy Plan, I and others from the Clean Coalition commented about changing the definition of utility scale solar, which currently limits front of the meter or utility scale installations of solar on all built environments, that is rooftops, parking lots, and parking structures. Removing that from the definition would allow the county to open up the solar market, increasing the amount of activity and projects that are built here. Second, 3CE needs to be more of a partner for Santa Barbara than it currently is. The CCA has promised to spend more on energy programs that has not ended up occurring. And so 3CE needs to work with the county and vice versa to try to get more programs. For example, another CCA, Peninsula Clean Energy up north, is doing a program with the municipalities where it works to design and finance solar energy storage and solar microgrids at any county facility or municipality facility, and essentially does all the design, operations, and finds a bidder, allowing whatever municipality to remain free and provide input in the process while not getting bogged down. So rather than reinventing the wheel or having 3CE create new energy programs, it would be great to have existing energy programs that could be extremely beneficial. The Clean Coalition provided a comment letter yesterday that has a series of those programs, 4 or 5 from different agencies throughout the state. And finally, I want to talk about resilience. Increased electric usage will increase strain on the grid and increase the devastation should that grid go down. Local solar and energy storage paired with a microgrid can provide the type of resilience that Santa Barbara needs, especially as we reduce our reliance on natural gas. Please look into it and read the comment letter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
We will now go to Jonathan Ullman to be followed by Ben Oakley. Jonathan?
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is John Ullman. I'm the director of the Los Padres chapter, Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. Just want to say we're in full support of the plan as proposed, but not with those additional changes with the slowing down the possibility of a REACH code. I think that is a definite effort that was okay, let me just say this. Bob Nelson said you should walk rather than jog. But Bob Nelson is representing an industry that wants you to walk through a desert to an oasis that is controlled by SoCal Gas and the oil industry. I'm asking you to free yourself from that long walk. That is the reason that we don't have what you're looking for. the reason that we don't have real change. And so I'm asking that what you do this year, you do something this year on buildings that will magnify to 2030. In other words, the reason we're not able to achieve these goals is because we're not taking enough immediate action in the first years that we have, that we're starting to make the plan to have immediate action. And I just want to say one thing. In 1969, the Santa Barbara oil spill happened. In 1973 was the oil crisis in the United States. Offshore oil was completely, was really off the table until 1973. But then it came back, and all the wells that you see in Santa Barbara County that were the big ones, they were all done after 1973. So did that help us? Did that hurt us? No, it didn't. It didn't do anything. But what really makes a difference is getting off of gas and oil. If we had done that right at that time, if our nation had done that, we wouldn't be in this situation today with $6, maybe $7 gas in California, and being stuck with natural gas in buildings, which is going up, and is also, all of these things are subject to geopolitical situations. Once you get off gas, you are out. Anybody who has an electric car, an electric building with solar on top knows that this is the way out. And I'm just asking you to move forward with building codes and electric vehicles that get us moving and get us out of the desert.
Thank you.
We will now go to the real Ben Oakley, to be followed by Irene Cook. Ben?
Hi, thank you. Just doing a quick sound check.
Fine, you're fine.
Okay, thanks. Hi, this is Ben Oakley. This is the real Ben Oakley with the Western States Petroleum Association. First of all, we'd like to thank staff for the report this afternoon and to express our support for the financial analysis being considered for some of the proposed policies. And we like to suggest that at a minimum, every policy should include a cost effectiveness calculation that quantifies the cost per ton of GHG emission reductions. And I'm speaking broadly about the whole raft of policies that were being evaluated on the Consider It platform. Cost effectiveness is a critical tool for decision makers to evaluate policies in a world of limited resources. And expanding on this concept, we recommend that staff review what has been conducted previously in the county and regionally to evaluate climate policies in terms of cost effectiveness and feasibility. For example, in 2018, the Santa Barbara County APCD released their report on GHG mitigation strategies within the county. The report presented scenarios for each measure with potential costs and benefits. And I'll note that it included many of the GHG emission reduction measures currently being considered, such as zero emission vehicle programs. Taking this further, earlier this year, the Ventura County Climate Council adopted a comprehensive set of evaluation criteria for rating any proposed climate policy in terms of impact outcome, implementation feasibility, and co-benefits. The Ventura County evaluation criteria are meant to answer the tough questions that we're hearing from the dais today. Questions like how many tons of emission reductions are available and at what cost? How much control does the county have over the outcome? Does the policy create conflict among community stakeholders? Does it rely on established technology? How it will be funded, and whether it will affect disadvantaged communities, among other questions. In summary, we encourage the county to avail itself of the good work that has already been done in the region in support of climate policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Irene Cook, who is our final speaker on Zoom, and then we will return to the Santa Barbara hearing room for Michael Chiakis. Irene?
Hello.
We hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. I'm Irene Cook. I'm a grandmother from Goleta, and I want to remind you that your constituents are increasingly concerned about the impacts of climate change that we're already experiencing here and across the world. An earlier speaker mentioned the IPC report released this week. It's the most frightening one that they've released yet, and I expect you should have read it. We have just a few precious years to reduce carbon emissions before we run out of time and exceed the tipping point beyond which we have no chance of salvaging a livable planet for our grandchildren. The Petroleum Institute wants to talk about cost effectiveness. I would refer you to Mark Jacobson and his team at Stanford, and I will send each of you an email with a link to his research. His team at Stanford has published plans that can serve as a blueprint for California to electrify everything and save millions, billions of dollars over the next 20 years. I urge you to read that and understand the implications, not only for the economy, but for public health and safety as well. In 2019, in December, I was there when you passed a climate emergency resolution, and quickly phasing out fossil fuels is critical to addressing this emergency. It's really frustrating for me to listen to the discussion today about needing more information and foot dragging on staff's recommendations. I support the recommendations as proposed, and it's disappointing that they're going to be watered down. I participated in House meetings with hundreds of other people, and the expectation when we attended those House meetings in our government decision-making process was that it would lead to action for the climate crisis. I have to say, I applaud your leadership on the landfill project. I took a tour there recently and was thrilled that my tax dollars were spent on that project. But we need more bold leadership in every aspect of our county government. It's heartbreaking for me to hear the fear in the voices of young people and the previous speaker about their futures. They expect us to act now, and I implore you to take that to heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will now return to the Santa Barbara hearing room with Michael Chiakis, who is our final speaker.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all in person. My name is Michael Chiakos. I'm the Climate Policy Director at Community Environmental Council, and CEC supports strong climate action by the county. We agree with staff on the 3 early action items. In particularly, the zero emission vehicle plan is vitally important. Transportation is half of our emissions, which means it's more than all the rest of them put together. And each time someone doesn't have access to charging or doesn't know about an electric vehicle that could meet their needs, that's 50 to 100 tons of carbon over the life of that vehicle that we use petroleum rather than clean electricity. And the county has no guiding document or staff that are directly focused on transportation electrification. You've made some good strides, but we really need a lot more focused push on it. I went camping at Kachuma Lake. There's no charging stations there. There's none at Halama. There's none at a lot of county-owned property. We give these EV 101 webinars, and we have hundreds of county employees that attend them. They're very interested, but then they tell me, we don't know where we can charge at certain facilities. We need more, better policies and building workplace chargers for the 4,500 county employees. And these are people of every socioeconomic bracket, live all across the county. They could be the first EV owners on each block. And when someone gets an EV, their friends, their neighbors, their coworkers see it and are more likely to get an electric vehicle too. So the county could do a lot with their own staff and employees for EV charging. Not only workplace charging, but also encouraging more charging at multifamily properties across the region. The ordinance to restrict natural gas infrastructure is really important as well. All electric homes are less expensive to build, as you saw. They're also safer and healthier to live in, and they're more sustainable. I replaced my natural gas furnace with a heat pump last year, and it works great. I would ask the county to look for a carbon neutrality goal that goes beyond what's being considered, a carbon neutrality goal of 2035, similar to what the city of Santa Barbara and city of San Luis Obispo have adopted, and also the state is considering right now through the California Air Resources Board. Finally, I think we could do a lot more with 3CE, and I would ask that the county works with 3CE to offer 100% renewable electricity default now rather than in 2030, similar to what Clean Power Alliance and other CCAs offer. There's this time value of carbon, right? Reducing a ton of carbon right now is worth a lot more than in 2030, and we need to get working faster on this. We can also use that 100% renewables in these new electric vehicles and electrified buildings. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Nelson.
I just have a question for staff. What's the state goal here on carbon neutrality? I'm sure you said already.
Currently, it's 2045.
So we're just going to align with the state goal.
That's where we are proposing at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
So I think, number one, I want to combat both climate despair on the left and climate defeatism on the right by just saying, look, this graph, I didn't want to be one of those guys, kind of politics.
Did Yosh make that? Or?
No, if Yosh made it, my 6-year-old, it would look better. But you know, the x-axis is time, the y-axis here is emissions. Business as usual was a J curve upward, right? And we haven't done what we should have done, which was a fully flattening of the curve to a negative, which is that the dashed line. What we're trying to do belatedly is the dotted line, is things went up, continued to go up faster than they should have, though we made some emissions, and we finally started turning a corner and moving it the other way. The question is whether we will do it fast enough. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic. First of all, we will outperform what is in this at 3CE. You know, it's going to take a lot of work. We need more PPAs. We need a lot more batteries when we do our battery RFPs. You know, it should be, we should take it super seriously. I think, again, you know, we have 5 megawatts of potential at the Northern Branch Jail that we could make money off of because it's in a field that we own next door. We should be doing stuff like that, right? But especially since it was mentioned, the program deployment has really picked up in this year. So some of the, you know, you guys may or may not know, but we argued about how big the program budget should be for 5 months last year. So you can think that I'm there and not you. But some good has come out of it. Our ag electrification program has already had this year $330,000 in incentive applications. Our Electrify Your Ride, which is the electric car incentive, is 1.3 million in applications. That means between 400 and 600 electric cars, right? That's a big, nice jump. And school bus electrification, 1.3 million in incentives. So thankfully, all of us that fought on various sides of this struggle over programs are all trying to get out the information better so that consumers can make a rational, market-based choice to save money on gas, right? I want to make sure that the focus stays on transportation since it's the biggest chunk. And we in the South County have plenty of sins to pay for here. You know, like, if the housing increment is all built into the north, we're going to have way more emissions than that. If it was built all in the south, we'd have way less. We wouldn't have 130 50,000 increase, we'd have a decrease because 53% of our emissions are 54 by these calculations are from transportation. That may like if we got any of the math wrong, like in ag, that would mean that the transportation sector is even bigger, more consistent with the statewide picture of 60%. And so I think we need to double down. We need to not jog, not run. We need to run fast towards electrification and towards willingness to build housing where jobs are, which is going to be the biggest ways to reduce our significant increment or significant numbers in emissions. And I think that we need to start by example, which is why I want to ask that we graft on to this the expansion of our electric vehicle mandate. One is, depending on who you ask, we want to make sure that our sedan mandate, covers the whole institution, right? And number two, meaning, some departments have separate fleets, right? We want to make sure that it covers all non-safety fleets, and that we should expand it to the light duty vehicle, and we should ask that this electric vehicle plan include a percentage of including the sheriff's department. I mean, there are public safety departments that drive around Teslas. They do it. And in fact, some will tell you, I haven't seen proof of this yet, some will tell you that they're saving money doing it because of the reduction of fuel and maintenance costs, particularly the maintenance costs. Going back to the stickier questions of natural gas, I understand if my colleagues want to look at this harder, but I am ready to vote for it to move forward. And the reason is, I have heard promises of renewable natural gas for a long time. In fact, I grafted onto the short-term climate pollutant bill. Mind you, the author didn't want it in there. The ability for CARB to put a renewable natural gas standard. Neither the industry nor CARB has ever put in a standard. And the leakage data just keeps on coming in, looking worse and worse and worse. And so I'm ready to move forward on natural gas. That it would, of course, mean that there's a hearing at an ordinance, but I'm ready to direct staff as the recommendation is listed in the staff report.
If I may just interrupt, Supervisor Lavanino has another very important meeting he has to get to, so he's...
Well, and I better explain it because a very important meeting doesn't sound good. Santa Maria City Council meeting starts at 5:30, and my brother-in-law is being honored, so I need to be there. So I don't know and I don't want to interrupt deliberation. I think you guys know where I stand on this. And we also took a preliminary vote on the other one, so I think, I know that doesn't, I'll probably be abstaining from that one, but okay, thank you, sorry.
Sorry, I cut you
No,
off.
that was about it. I just think that we, as has been pointed out by the advocates, we need to push harder, but we should not despair. We have a lot of ability if we work diligently to reduce emissions. But it's not going to happen unless we are willing to really make the entire institution's mission, sort of maybe as was alluded to here before, the entire institution's mission to reduce emissions, not just one department.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Supervisor Williams' point about supporting the staff's recommendation, number one, and then pushing harder. And I think that we can do a lot as an institution and being a leader and demonstrating to the community that these things can be done. The electric vehicle, the initial direction from the board on electric vehicles is great, and I think it's doing exactly that. I think it's convincing people internally in the county that we can do these things and we can make them work and we can save money and go faster. I'd like to see us look at heat pump water heaters. We must replace hundreds of water heaters a year in county facilities. Those should be heat pumps. We should be looking at the same thing for heating and air conditioning systems, and we should be the leaders. And if there's rough spots in the implementation of that technology, I don't think that's the case, but we'll be able to speak with authority about those things to consumers who are thinking about it. So we can do a lot more, and I love the idea that I raised earlier and Supervisor Williams agreed with about having departments report to us about what they're doing internally to meet these sustainability goals and make those things an owned responsibility at the department level, because it will rattle up through the whole organization. So I think that's enough for now.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that my comments don't come across as someone trying to be an obstructionist in this effort. I'm actually with Supervisor Williams that we should be running towards our transportation focused, and I think that that is where we can get the most bang for our buck, and I think that's been said over and over again here. But I think there's quite a few steps between now and then, and I do think the county can and should be a leader in that and set the example. And I think, as Supervisor Hart said, we can work out some of the bugs for the general public. We are doing the people's work here, and so we can sometimes be the guinea pigs for the people. And I think these are admirable goals. I support them, and I'm looking forward to supporting this motion. My issue, again, with the natural gas piece is I don't want to go too far down that without it being fully vetted, that people out there think that it's a done deal. I think that there might be a compromise that could be made there where there could be some kind of bifurcated natural gas uses in some homes, but maybe we minimize that. I mean, I've been a big fan of the electric water heaters for a long time. I think I put the first one in my house back in 2010. I mean, I was a pretty early adopter to that, and I'm looking forward to put one in my house that I have now. But it's a cost thing, and so that's where incentives also are really good, and I'm a fan of those as well. So again, I'm not an obstructionist. I don't want people to be crawling through a desert. I really want to see people, us get there as a community, but I want it to be in an equitable way that really recognizes all industries and all perspectives, because I think we all have something important to offer.
CEO Miyasato.
Chair and board members, so I would just ask a couple of things before you make your final motion, and to be clear, because in conversations when we're at the end of the day, we're going to go back, look at the tape, and some of you said, we told you to do this, and some said, no, we didn't tell you to do this. I want to be very clear. So I think the recommendations are clear on 1 and 2. And for 3, again, the staff report is very clear. The words there mean things, and I just want to make sure that when you're talking about supporting staff's recommendation, it's what they have in the board letter, which is 1, develop an ordinance to restrict natural gas infrastructure and increase energy efficiency performance and electric vehicle charging infrastructure for new residential construction and major renovations. So that would be developing that ordinance and coming back. Number 2 is assess the feasibility of updating the zero net energy resolution to a zero carbon for county buildings in order to design and build new buildings to be all electric and replace or retrofit space and water heating devices and equipment in existing buildings. And the 3rd one is develop a zero emission vehicle plan to strategically identify gaps, resources, projects, and programs to enhance the use of zero emission vehicles in county operations and the community. And that last one, they are asking for an enhancement request, and I want to ask the department, if you don't get that enhancement request, can you still do this?
No, not the work that's going to be required. And that position also, by the way, will be looking for grants, so that we wouldn't just be doing this work.
But we don't usually let other departments presume the board's direction at the budget workshop. So I would say that last one, the direction would be do that pending discussion about the budget.
That is very helpful. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I am okay with all these, as has been articulated. I would just ask the board to consider that we, as part of this, update our zero emission policy to clarify that that the sedan policy applies to all departments except public safety, and that we, beginning in January 2023, that is extended to light-duty vehicles, that all light-duty vehicles that would have to be purchased would be electric. There are already some on the market. Obviously, it's a tight demand, so availability this second is low. But I think considering we buy 47 of those a year in the last couple of years, that we should mandate it by the January of 2023.
CEO Miyasato.
So supervisors, we can have that discussion when we come back with the plan, but I just want to be cautious that you cannot direct separate elected officials like the sheriff about choice of operations, and that may include what kinds of vehicles he's requesting to purchase. I just want to put that out there. I think that's a good goal, and we can have further discussion when we come back with the plan.
That's why the mandate is non-safety departments, but the plan would include the safety departments. And I've been impressed. I mean, the fire chief is even going on a field trip to look at the first electric fire truck. I'm not mandating those right now because I want to see how they work. But I think that's why we would put safety departments in the plan, but all other departments, light duty, in the mandate.
Supervisor Hart.
Did you want to speak? I was going to make a motion.
Yes,
Please.
I haven't had a chance to jump in here yet, and it is an issue that I care very intensely about, and was really thinking a lot about what Supervisor Lavanino said, dismayed about where we are. And I think of a couple of things. Any big project I've ever taken on, most of the work is nation. And I think of our federal infrastructure bill. We're going to be hearing more about that, but there's a lot of money for an advanced transmission and distribution technology system so that we improve our grid, a whole national network of EV chargers, and thousands of electric school buses, so and driving electrification at ports and airports. So these are really important things. Also smaller things, but nonetheless important. Finding new ways of businesses and business and coaching. So we did the same. I had some question on the bill. Used to have things, and rather than you have to teach your mind a little bit, but the benefit all of it stated here today and they're real. So I think the example was positive. We get, first of all, it has multiple benefits, not just for me. The other thing, so when the power argument for the building codes and moving towards all electric requirements for new homes. So I'm supportive of moving ahead with that. The other thing, though, that I think is really important is the county. And when we first talked about sustainability, there was discussion about should it be something on the side, or should it be something that's mainstream throughout the county, and where should it be located? And some of the suggestions were even, well, if it's a high priority, maybe it even belongs in the CEO's office. I know that that's a difficult thing for many reasons, but one of the most important things we can do, it can be under the board, and that each department has to do this. So my sense is if we get a new FTE, that it would be not just for the electrification, but how we, kind of monitoring, coaching, working with all the departments, because we really do need to exemplify what we would like others to do. And we've invested a fair bit, but we need to invest even more in this if we want to live up to our goals. So with that, I'll be quiet and take a motion.
Well, I would move the staff recommendation, and I would add Supervisor Williams's addition that would extend our county policy regarding electric vehicle purchases to include light-duty vehicles, and have a plan to expand that to all the departments in the county, including public safety, by 2023. Is that?
I think the intention was to adopt the mandate for all for light-duty vehicles, include expanding the mandate to include light-duty vehicles by January 2023 because of availability of the vehicles, and to add into the plan the electric vehicle adoption in public safety departments, given that we can't control everything that those department heads do. But
Chair, can I get a clarification, because we've said different things? So what they're coming back with is a zero emission vehicle plan, assuming the board adopts that or provides funding at budget next week. And so what Supervisor William, you're saying in that plan, you would like them to include that we go back and change our mandate on electric vehicles to include light duty. Is that correct?
no,
Are you directing
I'm
right now
saying
general
we
services?
we don't need to hire an FTE to tell us
That's
that
not-
the 47 light duty vehicles we buy a year should be electric. And obviously I don't want to prejudge that the department could just wait 6 months to buy any. So that's why I'm saying let's not put it into effect right now. Let's put it into effect January 20.
Or other measures that can be put in place, but to go right to a ban, I'm not there, and I can't support that. If it was changed to natural gas options for new construction, I'd be interested in seeing what that discussion would entail, and if there was a way to we work with the building industry and other stakeholders to see what the potential impacts of that would be, and then make a educated decision. That's where I'm at. So.
Supervisor Hard?
Actually, I think Supervisor Williams.
Okay.
Both our microphones are on because we're making this motion and we're dialoguing at the same time. I don't have anything specific to say to that.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think I believe that the 3C $5,000 incentive is sufficient to cover really the lion's share of the delta between the vehicles, and and if it wasn't, then I'd ask for more from 3C. Because I obviously want to facilitate not just Santa Barbara County's fleet, but all fleets to do full adoption. It's sort of a chicken and egg. We've set up the incentive at 3CE, but now somebody's got to take advantage of it, and I think we should take advantage of it. And I think giving general services until January is plenty of time.
And supervisors, we would come back with that policy for the board's adoption, so there would be another hearing on it.
Yeah. That was going to be my point, that we get another bite at this apple.
And on the ordinance, I'm sure smart people will come up with other options, and we'll have to look at them as part of it. There are different jurisdictions have done different things,
So I guess still on this point then, Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, then I'm getting there with the light duty vehicles to be supportive of the policy that we want to direct staff to come back with. I still would want for me to vote for this item and to vote as an affirmative. I'd want natural gas options for new construction instead of natural gas ban for new construction.
Supervisors, just for, I know, I hear Mr. Chapjian, whether that makes sense or what they can do. But the wording in their board letter, that's why I keep going back to their board letter, because I think it was artfully written, was to develop an ordinance to restrict natural gas infrastructure. So within that term, does that include not completely banning, but restricting natural gas infrastructure?
There could be some disincentives for continuing to use gas or some other options, but it could, yeah.
Would that satisfy you?
Yeah, because I'm just thinking, there is some medium ground here, like requiring electric water heaters versus not allowing the gas piece. And we can look at those numbers and see where we get our best bang for our buck on our ordinance. And again, I'm always trying to look for some level of compromise so that we can.
So is that interpretation of the current wording acceptable?
It is with this conversation.
With this understanding.
Yeah, because up on the screen it says ban, and that's where I get nervous, because then people interpret restriction to zero. So.
Is that clear?
Yes,
for our sustainability? Okay.
That's clear.
Supervisor Hart.
I think that's the motion then. I think, what we said earlier with this conversation makes it clear.
And
I'll second it, and as long as it has that January 2023 light-duty vehicle electrification mandate.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson? Okay.
No, I'm just ready to vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 4-1 with a abstention or absence. So, thank you very much. And we still have an item that was trailed, and so we wait just for P&D to get in here and give us that final language. So we trailed item D3, and we needed some new findings. And Director Plowman, you're back with those?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have them, and they are up on the screen. And packets have been provided, is my understanding.
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, I would just like to note for the record prior to submitting those to you that this has been made available online and in the back of the room, and as well to the applicant, Francis Romero, who is now available on Zoom.
Okay, and were board members supposed to have, oh, here it is. Just take a few minutes for the board to speed read through this. So we had a conceptual motion, now we need an actual motion and a second.
Chair Hartman?
Yes, Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I will go ahead and move recommended actions A through D.
All right.
Second.
And again, could we get a roll call vote, Madam Chair? Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Levenino is absent, and Chair Hartman.
No.
Motion passes 3-1-1.
Thank you, and that finishes our business for today. We're adjourned to Monday, April 11th in Santa Barbara for the first day of our budget workshops, which will continue on Tuesday, April 12th and conclude on Thursday, April 14th.
Excellent.